7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, a gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett. Did you just tip your cap to the camera? Did I catch that out of the corner of my eye?
No, that was just adjusting.
Got the Spirits of St. Louis cap on today,
That's
Doug.
a lot better than that WNBA hat you wore yesterday. The pink.
I'll take it, the compliment where I can get it.
Okay, yeah, this is better.
Enough with the grooming.
You think that's what's going on this show?
Jackson's
We're
grooming us. Suddenly the updates will be WNBA.
I don't think it's suddenly.
Surprise
They've been there before.
I think one time during Balloon Party, I gave away who would be refereeing an NBA Western Conference final game. And that's where I think I peaked. It was Scott Foster, the extender.
Tim, you remember that. It was Scott Foster. Doug, what game was that?
That was a big game. That was a big one. Yeah. Well, I do like the Spirits of St. Louis hat. It's a shame you missed that. Well, it's not because you'd be an old man if you saw it. But it was a fun team. Had some big-time talent.
The ABA was super fun.
Yeah, it was. And
Marvin Barnes, the credo I live to by this day. Game time is on time is game time, game time is on time. Bob Costas tells that story oft times.
And he wouldn't fly west because he didn't want to time travel.
Louisville, they were leaving, and let's say it was a 6:58 flight, but it landed at 6:57, and he said, I ain't getting in no time machine.
I like that.
I don't know if he took a cab or what.
Moses Malone, I think, played on the team for a year.
Nice.
Double G, Gus Gerard.
Lenny Wilkins?
Freddie Lewis. Not Lenny Wilkins. He's been too old.
He was a St. Louis Hawk. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Friends have gathered to the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat already this morning. Jake Reynolds, DJ Patty Cakes, MD 2020, who says he's blessed to see Tim this morning. Doug,
There we go.
You just don't need it.
This Stiefel dossier that Jackson has put together mimics his Spirits of St. Louis hat that you can see on the TMA STL YouTube channel, which is up to 6,430 subscribers now. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. We have Joe Buck joining the program. He said, just text me after 8 o'clock. I'm available. Sound good?
That's not on my dossier. Oh, there it's changing.
Didn't I text you guys or did I text somebody else?
I didn't get a time. So
okay. I didn't get a text.
Doesn't matter. Really? I thought it was in the TMA group text. And there's usually some semblance of a response, but I was on the phone all day yesterday. Maybe I didn't send it. I don't see it now that I say that.
Okay.
The hell's going on with me?
What's he want?
He just wants to get the exposure of being on this show. It's big for his career.
Yeah. He needs a pick-me-up somewhere along the line.
Getting kicked in the eye by a 7-year-old or call into TMA.
The last text I see in the TMA group chat was Martin. Doug, this was sent at 5:39 p.m. on Monday. Amsinger next Tuesday at 8 a.m. So I don't know. Who was I texting this to? It's odd.
You think someone like random got a text?
Yeah,
like,
Joe Buck after 8 a.m. Oh, great.
They were probably like, yeah, sick. What am I going to do with that?
Seymour's like, thanks.
I did see the Sea Monster following Doug the L'Habitant game. You like that L'Habitant?
Right? No, I don't need that anymore.
So what time of Joe is loosely in the 8 o'clock hour?
Yes. And we wound up getting on the phone yesterday, and he had some takes. He wanted to get off his chest. And then we got into this whole Indiana thing, and he said, I used to never get it with you guys in the college football thing. He goes, but now that I'm experiencing it, I can't get enough of it. So he's in.
But
he's
would that be true if Indiana were just...
Oh, hell no. But now he gets it.
Now, but it's pulled him in. So I bet even if Indiana drops off a little bit, he's kind of in. You know what I mean? Not at the same level. But
because he's gotten a taste. Because he never got a taste when he was in school there. Doug, what years was he at Bloomington?
Hell, I don't know.
Guess we can ask him in an hour.
Late 80s, early 90s, maybe. Was that Bill Mallory, Doug?
I don't know.
Anthony Thompson was pretty good.
Anthony Thompson was there, and they clipped Missouri.
That was tough to do at that era.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging Woody's wagon and the Bob Stone.
We need Brody in here to provide all these answers that you're questioning.
And Jeremy Rutherford is at 9 o'clock their papers, I see. 8:50?
8:50. Not at 8:49, not at 8:51. And there's nothing about this show that's on time except the JR segments. It'll say, like, hard out, 9:21.
The only thing that is on time is the start of the show. And sometimes that's touch and go, to be real transparent. Martin and I have walked in together, Doug. I know you're asking questions. Back-to-back days, like literally at the same time. Martin takes the elevator, I take the steps, and yet we still converge right at the door. How does that happen?
The alternate lobby.
The alternate lobby, I like that.
And you never run into traffic and worry that, oh my God, I'm not going to make it today.
No, every day I look at the clock and I say, ooh, pushing it today. And then the next day I say, ooh, pushing it today.
But you don't get on 270, do you?
I do not.
I had to stop going 270. There's just a problem every other day.
Too much variance.
Major problem, yeah.
Lindbergh, baby, Lindbergh.
That's what I do. I've done
Lindbergh
that for
to Olive.
a few months now.
Text into the program. Eric,
How do you drive to work? What streets do you take? I have to tell you,
happened in the NBA last night.
traffic related, and I don't want to be a whiny little B word. It's too early to say.
Do it. Go ahead.
But I'll never get over the person who honks at you when the light changes. You're sitting at the light, and there's a very long light here at Olive to turn into this area.
That's right.
Right over there.
I think he just blew past it, by the way. He decided he wasn't going to wait any longer.
We have a terribly long light at Fox 2 on Page, and Jeff Fisher's show would start at 6:30 on Mondays, and he would walk in at like 6:29:40 every time. I'm a little nervous since it's his show and it's a half hour, and he would walk in. Had to blow through the light this time. Probably 3/4 of the time blow through the light, but it changes. I see it, Doug. I'm about to put my foot on the accelerator. I'm like, it was green.
Enough.
It was green for 1/4 of a second.
And you got hit?
Yes, and I just want to get out of my car and say, is your wife pregnant? Are you invading Venezuela? Where are you going? Where do you need to be?
There's a Curb Your Enthusiasm bit.
There has to be.
Where they honked, and then Larry threw his phone out the window of the car because he got so scared by the honk.
I think that's what happens with when the light goes red, people go down to their phone. They start reading their phone, and then they're slow to react when it turns green.
Totally understand. But isn't there an internal clock where you go, all right, let's go, okay.
The only time where I think that's acceptable is if it's if someone honks behind the person. If it's a known short left green arrow, like a very short left green arrow, like you might have a 3-car cycle at best.
I'll agree with that, but isn't there still a window of reasonability?
1.5 seconds.
1.5. I'll accept
1.5
that.
seconds. That's the window.
I'll accept that.
Well, at least get your foot on the accelerator. If I still see your brake lights after 1.5 seconds, I'm probably going to throw just a little.
That's pretty quick. That's not giving much. 1.5 seconds?
If it's a short left green arrow.
You're going to get your ass beat, huh?
Someone's going to get out of their car. I'll just drive around.
I got to give them more than a second
I
and a
thought about
half.
putting it in park and getting on saying, where do you have to be?
Ooh, that would have been great.
Except then I would have been late.
Yeah. I work in Creve Coeur. Be a man and just run the light. That's Eric in the Central. And Doug, be a man and run the light.
No.
I followed rules. I want people to know that.
There he is.
I thought he didn't follow rules.
On that particular stoplight to which you're speaking, that's where he did not. Not a big fan of the left turn into the Hubbard facility here. Text in 314-399-9646. Call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt is standing by where he takes your calls, but then he also has the added responsibility this month, Doug, of filtering for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The great Seth Goldcamp, Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month. All of the rules are up at TMASTL.com and 101ESPN.com. Bottom line is this: whoever wins the most Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day in the month of January wins a $10,000 HVAC system. Plenty of time for you to compete because Carlos Spicy Wiener won on Monday. And yesterday, Jackson, who was our winner?
The incel from the other side of the couch.
Yeah, and he was going through some marriage problems, and he was looking for advice from us. He was debating whether or not to leave his wife because he has fallen on the sharp end of the bayonet of abstinence.
Yeah, I believe that's what he said.
And if you have marital problems, this is the place to go.
I agree. 5 hot guys will counsel you through.
A lot of beefcake here.
Amen. Amen. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in with your marital problems, or you can just email in and you might win a $10,000 HVAC system, and that could help the marital problems. Or just get with counsel and make sure that you have 50% ownership of said marital asset. That's up to you, but email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and make sure you do it by 9:30. Chairman Kurt will filter through, and it's about 25% of the emails that are sent in are getting into the filtered file, about 10 per day. One of those gets a point, and then at the end of the month, we tally them up.
Sure we do.
And either Carlos Spicy Wiener, the incel from the other end of the couch, or somebody who has yet to win an email of the day in January will win a $10,000 HVAC system. Thank you, Seth Goldcamp. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. So that's at 9:45. Joe Buck, 8 o'clock, Stiefel Dossier. Or whenever. Just text me after 8 o'clock.
Carpool.
That's right. I think it is after
We have
carpool.
a lot of guests who say, can you just hit me after carpool?
Jeremy Rutherford is carpooling in from Jefferson County. He will be, is he in studio there, Pappas?
I believe so.
8:50 in studio here. And then that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 9:45. There is your Stiefel dossier on the program. Brand new sponsor on TMA. We have a bunch of brand new sponsors here in 2026. Grateful for the support of the listening audience. And one of those sponsors is Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. Healthcare Evolution is founded, owned by somebody I have gotten to know here over the last couple of months. And I am telling you, what an incredible product and company this is. If you ever get yourself in a spot where you think you might have an injury, and then you go in to see your primary care doctor, and then what happens then, Doug? That doctor will send you to a specialist, right?
Yeah.
But it's going to take a few weeks, and then you wait.
Yeah.
Now you got a few weeks, and they might say, well, do some physical therapy. We'll see how it goes. If that doesn't help, then now we might get to a point where we're going to get an MRI, and then we'll find out what the treatment is. And you're talking about a 2 to 3 month process. Watch this. That's where Healthcare Evolution comes in. Healthcare-evolution.com. If you are a long-time TMA listener, you've heard me talk about the shoulder labrum tear I got in 2019 from just pumping iron.
Yeah, and lots of it.
Just pumping iron. You ever watch that Marky Mark video from Feel the Vibrations?
No,
That's what
I
it
haven't.
looked like. That's what it looked like. And so I tore my shoulder labrum. I go in there about 3 weeks ago, and I see my guy, Logan Taylor. That's who I go in there and see. And they're able to go through. Usually you get an MRI and you're just lying. You ever get an MRI in that capsule?
Sure. Mm-hmm. Couple of them.
Oh, yeah. I fall asleep in those things.
Yeah.
Well, they're able to
Freak some people out.
Yeah, I guess if you're claustrophobic. Yeah. They're able to just go over with ultrasound imaging and move it around to see that slap tear is essentially gone. I mean, it was a tiny, tiny tear anyway, but now it's gone. But they have treatment right there on the scene for you, in addition to the ability to get in there super quickly. That is what they offer. It is a whole different kind of opportunity to get treatment quickly. It's Healthcare Evolution. It really is as close to one of a kind as you are going to find. It is new technology specializing in regenerative injections for pain relief and healing with advanced dynamic, that's with movement, ultrasound assessment for accurate diagnosis and treatment planning, and same-day treatment options are available with board-certified specialists. It's a non-surgical approach to treating musculoskeletal conditions. So, if you are interested, and I was out there so I can speak to it firsthand, they have a great thing going for those of you dealing with bumps, bruises, and injuries that have halted your ability to either play the games you love playing or work out and find out what's going on quickly. It's healthcare-evolution.com. Healthcare-evolution.com, or call 314-221-2406. That's 314-221-2406. Healthcare-evolution.com. Sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. I cannot recommend that enough to you, just to find out what's going on. And then mainly to not have to wait around for 2 months to find out, and then possibly get it treated right then and there. Healthcare-evolution.com, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Joe Buck and the 8 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 8:50, taking your two-part questions. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna. And then we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The $10,000 HVAC system on the line, courtesy of Design Air Heating and Cooling. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Let's go Blues.
All right, Doug, here you go. Big night. Jackson, what do we got going on our Stiefel dossier for tonight's sports in the St. Louis metropolitan area?
SLU takes on VCU.
Can't wait.
Oh, nice.
That's going to be at 6 o'clock. Also at
CBS Sports, I think, is where you're going to find that?
Yes, I believe. Missouri takes on Kentucky and Lexington. That's also tipping off at 6.
What an odd spot. I'll be watching the Billikens instead of Missouri, Kentucky.
Your loss.
Hey.
Do you think so, really?
I think... that's why I said I'll have 2 TVs on, because I'm very interested.
I mean, I'm from South St. Louis. I don't have that luxury.
Right.
Rabbit ears.
I think both games are going to be great. And then at 8:30, Blues, Blackhawks. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN.
What do you think of Kentucky? Because they have a lot of losses, but boy, they played kind of a rugged schedule. I mean, they're
not very good.
Okay. Because a lot of those losses are big-time programs.
They're not very good. Okay. I think that they're getting some rep because of their name, but they've had some bad losses.
Okay.
Hot seat yet for Pope?
No. Kentucky, because the last decade, has been by their standards not all that great. So I think they'll give them a pretty long leash.
We talked about how the Billikens aren't on FanDuel to win the national championship. The game is. When I was driving down with my family a week ago to watch the St. Joe's game, it wasn't on FanDuel for whatever reason. Jackson, you are a college basketball aficionado. When you appeared on the FanDuel Spread Zone, you owned the NCAA tournament. Mm-hmm. I am asking you to give us the lines for tonight's festivities. We'll talk amongst ourselves on that Blues Blackhawks deal. But Billikens and VCU, Doug, that on the campus of VCU where the Billikens have never won a game.
Okay.
Oh, man. I'd probably say it's VCU minus 3.5.
I'm going to give you credit. That's minus 2.5, and that's good enough.
Okay. And then
we talk about Missouri.
They've never won at Rupp Arena.
Yeah, never won at Rupp Arena. Kentucky minus 5.5.
12.5.
12.5.
Ooh, that's a big number.
Value.
That's why I knew yesterday it was 11.5. It's actually gone up. That's why I was a little surprised you thought it's going to be my loss. I mean, clearly Las Vegas doesn't think there's going to be much there. I mean, are you telling us that we should take Missouri? You've run your algorithm, and you say, as Josh Pate says, the model is showing us it's a 5-point game, and you're telling us that you like the Tigers? Is that what you're saying?
College basketball, the variance, the home court advantage is such a big deal. It's such a big deal. And so
it's a bigger deal when a big-time program ranked high comes in for a road test. That wouldn't be what this is for fans in Lexington.
Yeah, but Blue Bloods at home, it wasn't a referee thing last night, which is rare at Fog Allen, but Kansas cut a 16-point lead last night with in the second half of the second half. They chopped it. They were down
15.
They were
down 5 minutes
down
to go.
9 points with a minute 15 to go, and that was at home. So it's so tough to tell and what Missouri team we're going to see. But 2 good things. Missouri beat Florida, obviously, and then Minnesota last night beat Iowa at home. And Minnesota looked like they were no damn good, and Minnesota is an early Missouri win. So
and Florida, who Mizzou just beat
Georgia.
Yeah, beat Georgia pretty convincingly. A ranked Georgia team.
Yep.
So you never know. College basketball is so odd.
Home court is so important. Of what I would call the 6 major sports in the U.S., Doug, those would be the NBA, NHL, NFL, Major League Baseball, and then college football and college basketball. I would say that home, whether it be court, ice, field, is its most impactful in college basketball. Do you gentlemen agree with that take?
Yes.
I guess so. I guess it would be.
Martin, you agree?
Yeah, I think so.
Mainly because it's such a momentum sport, and the momentum you can gain at home is huge. And the referee thing, it's just instinctual that, you're going to probably get a call or 2 more at home than you would on the road.
My theory is at 17, 18, 19, 20 years old is when you are most susceptible to the emotional swings that can come with that. And it, of course, works to your advantage if you're feeling it at home, and then to your disadvantage if you are feeling the momentum go against you when you're on the road. And so you will see schools that have no business beating teams if they were to play on a neutral floor or road win when they are at home in college basketball, and it's an amazing phenomenon how that tends to happen. So I don't know if they're going to be that up for it in Lexington, but Missouri is a different team than they were when we saw them play against Illinois because of the health situation.
I think the youth factor is a good point, because in professional sports, if you name your favorite team in the NHL, the NBA, and baseball, you've got to win a big road game. It's not okay. It doesn't seem undoable, right. And in college sports more so, especially I think in basketball, you're like, oh boy, we got to go into their building.
And especially usually the best players in those professional sports have probably played for a decent amount of time in the pros, whereas college, even the best players often are 1-2 year kind of guys.
And there's also something about shooting at baskets that you haven't been on before.
For sure.
Because every background is different.
Yep. It's a great
see through the backboard, and it's a little different feel.
Yeah, like you go play at Butler, they have a very small behind the court section, really small comparatively to most arenas.
Doug, bad news. They're not happy?
No.
Here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. As I was making reference to in our opening segment of the morning after here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, that our 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Healthcare Evolution. That's healthcare-evolution.com. And the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter, so he goes out and hunts hot wives?
Apparently in Huntley.
How do you hunt hot wives?
You go door to door.
Is that what you do?
How else would you do it? It's not like they're just hanging around the front yard.
But is there a cover? Are you pretending to sell vacuums or anything?
Oh, yeah, probably a vacuum.
Oh, I think you just announce yourself as a hot wife hunter. Anyone home?
You have a badge.
Didn't Franco Pinion teach you anything? You can't be passing out phone numbers on the radio, dip. And then he uses a word that I can't use here on 101 ESPN, but Nick Saban can use on ESPN.
Oh. Yeah, why is that okay now to cuss on ESPN?
You talking about Huntley Hot Wife Hunter?
What? No, I'm talking about the guys on ESPN. When did that become okay?
I feel like
they don't get fined. Everybody else does.
I feel like the only word that they have really broken down the barriers for, in particular, it's Saban on College Game Day more so than anybody else, is the S word.
Rhymes with hit.
The F word, I feel like, is still in its own category.
Yeah, but the rest of the broadcast world has to watch what they say, or they'll get fined, but not ESPN.
I think it's a Saban rule.
He just gets away with everything.
I think
Pat McAfee does sometimes.
I think
too.
McAfee was doing it. It was just kind of his thing, and then he got put on ESPN, and so he's like, I'm not going to stop doing what I've always done. And I think Saban said, well, I'm just going to start doing it.
Yeah, he's a regular guest on McAfee. Yeah, so they're able to filter the F word, which most of them use when they're off air, but they're not able to filter the S word. So I don't know. So anyway, that's what the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter called me.
I don't see Reese Davis ever dropping a S-bomb. Or Desmond Howard.
I don't see it either. No, Reese Davis is about the straightest of straight.
Squeaky clean.
But did Franco Pinion have a policy against phone numbers? I didn't know that.
Is he talking about like advertising?
I guess so.
That might have been. He had a lot of rules. Marvin, I'm going to tell you why your show's terrible. Do you have a few minutes? And then an hour later, I thought about getting out of the industry.
He actually had that conversation with you?
We did.
Why your show is terrible?
It was 1 week of doing news talk at the Big 550, and Mark Dorsey, a friend of mine, still the GM there, he said, hey, you should call Frank. He's really great at insight and input on what makes shows work. So I called him. He said, yeah, I'm just going to tell you something. I heard that first show. It was awful. Just awful.
Your show? He's saying that to you.
Oh, yeah,
that's
100%.
Kind of surprising.
So then when I left there, to go back to the great 590, so when I left, I sent an email thanking the staff, and I said, even though Frank told me after week 1, my show was awful. So then he called me, and he said, hey, Martin, I got that email. Did I really tell you yours? And I said, yes. You don't remember we talked for like an hour? And he goes, no. It sounds like something I would have said. I'm just having some memory issues. And I said, oh, so you're not apologizing? He goes, no. I just wanted to confirm that actually took place.
Follow these 5 rules to give our team dome field advantage.
Wow. And one of the rules, I believe, when he was talking about a sponsor, like nobody's in their car writing down a number. But,
no.
But sponsors a lot of times want the number read.
There you go. So that's the core issue. I would agree with, I'm a Franco Pinion lemming, and I would agree with the overall policy. Some, in the case of Healthcare Evolution, this is their first advertising campaign. It's a new business. So they give the phone number, so I read the phone number. But
if it's an easy number, like Brown and Crouppen number, 314-222-2222.
Then we found out from Terry Crew, but it was 22-22.
Oh,
We've been saying it wrong.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You can't win.
So I actually agree with the Huntley Hotwife Hunter. Huntley Hotwife Hunter, call in and tell us how you go hunting, and it's because he's a vacuum salesman?
I guess.
314-974-00.
They used to actually sell vacuums that way.
Knocking on your door.
Was it Hoover?
Hoover vacuum salesman, yeah.
Sorry, Timmy, I'm a little wound this morning. I just meant when you're advertising, people can't write down phone numbers really very easily while they're driving. That's from the Huntley Hotwife Hunter. And I understand that, and I actually agree with the policy with Sound Story. We bought advertising from as far northwest as Seattle to all the way down to the West Palm Beach market. And all we would do is say mysoundstory.com. But if an advertiser wants the phone number read, as Martin said, then you give the phone number. And then also in 2026 now, a lot of people are podcasting and not necessarily driving. So maybe this is an older Hotwife Hunter.
Well, I think Mildred usually listens on like a transistor radio, and she likes to write down all the numbers.
But if you're looking for a business, doesn't everybody just Google it?
Yeah.
They go to the website and find the number there. Don't you think that's what's done about 99% of the time, rather than going to the yellow pages?
Or people just text you. Like Con Lane texted me and said, "What's that HVAC company?" I said, "Design Air." New Year's Eve, he called them up. So that's the other option is you just text the host directly and say, "What was that company again?"
That's correct. That you get that. Just DM me on Instagram. Guys, how about this play tonight? Mizzou spread. So you're getting 12.5 day Pappas. SLU money line and Blues money line. And that parlay would pay you plus 700 on FanDuel. Is it worth a sprinkle? That's from the average white male.
I mean, parlays plus 700, you're taking a lot of risk into account, so I can't say, yeah, I think there's a...
But he's talking about a sprinkle.
Okay, but I'm going to say yes, and then tomorrow it's going to be like, dumbass Jackson, giving out that play, losing us some money. So how about I just say nothing?
So in that parlay, Mizzou merely needs to cover.
That's correct.
Right?
St. Louis U needs to win, and the Blues need to win against the Blackhawks.
I got to tell you, Blues winning, Billikens winning. I could see it. I'm not sure if Mizzou's covering. No offense to Papers.
You think I got to lose by more than 12?
Uh-oh. He's going to come across
maybe
his
a little
days.
alliance wager here, offline.
Oh.
Let me think.
Just don't feel good about the squad, even though
I need to see an injury report before I do anything.
Oh, okay,
because it could be very likely that it's like actually Trent Pierce isn't going to play. Yeah, Trent is actually not going to play again tonight, and then I would not take anything.
Now, for the record, the Billikens are plus 126 on that money line. Over 170.5 is the total. So what does that mean? We got to get to as far as points, Doug. Is that 85? Is that how we get to? So I guess they're projecting the score to be essentially 86-84. Am I correct on my math here? I apologize that I'm doing math.
Well,
I'm a journalism school guy, so math
close enough.
Wow, that's stout. I've enjoyed Billiken overs in 2025 and 2026, but 170.5 is a stout number.
Has anybody been to Richmond? I've never been to Richmond.
Driven through it.
I've been to Richmond.
Home of the Spiders.
Been to Richmond.
They had an NCAA tournament there once years ago. Mizzou, I guess, was in it. Long time ago.
Was it at the Stuart Siegel Center?
Is that where they lost to Syracuse? Was that Derek Coleman and Billy Owens and Sherman Douglas?
I don't remember even who they
and
played.
Rich Daly was coaching because Norm Stewart was out?
Was it before you took the big vacation, Doug?
Yeah, it was one of those 3-week vacations that I took 4 or 5 times
during
a year.
the tournament, which was on CBS.
What's your favorite Commonwealth state?
Question. What do you got? Kentucky? You got Virginia?
Is Massachusetts?
I think Massachusetts.
Yeah, one more.
Pennsylvania?
Yep.
That was impressive.
Nice job.
Now, why is that? Why is a Commonwealth different?
Jackson, go ahead and tell us.
The meaning says that Commonwealth or common good, emphasizing that the state's power comes from the people. Okay. Functionally, they're identical to other U.S. states with no special rights or laws.
So it's just a la-di-da, look at us kind of thing.
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Dickie O from Cedar Hill has been very active. He wants a name change. Remember, you can get your name changed today, tomorrow, and Friday. But once 11 o'clock rolls around on Friday, that's it until February. 314-399-9646. And he says, I don't mean to sound rude, but damn, you guys have been on the air for 13 minutes and haven't mentioned any sports besides Tim seeing the sea monster Saturday.
Oh, that counts.
That does count, because that was at the, what do you say, Doug? L'Habitant game? You say you have to, like, with a nasal to speak French?
Why is it Montreal Canadiens? Why isn't it just Canadians? A lot of times you
probably
hear them say,
a French thing.
We're playing, and then they say Montreal.
Yeah, it probably is a French
A lot
thing.
of people say Montreal Canadiens. How about Montreal Canadiens?
We were standing there in the concourse for the national anthems, and they, of course, did the Canadian national anthem. But normally,
You turned your back to show support.
But the Canadian national anthem, and I guess it was because Montreal was in town, was in part done in French. And so my 8-year-old asked me what that was all about. And I said, well, in the province of Quebec, there is it was a French territory, and we broke down imperialism during the national anthems. But my hat was removed, and I said, you're going to see, when you look at a Montreal roster, they tend to make sure they have some French Canadians in there. That's just the nature of the beast.
Strick used to say it was hard when they would have a coach opening in Montreal because you had to speak French. And it was you'd have all these great coaching candidates, and they'd say, well, it's going to be really tough if you can't speak French. I didn't realize Jim Montgomery is from Montreal. He seems like he's from Ontario or, you know, and he can just, when he would talk to Zach Bolduc last year, sometimes just in the hallway, all of a sudden he fluent in French. And he didn't seem like a guy from Montreal.
You think Scotty Bowman talked French?
They may have made exceptions. I'm not saying it was a hard rule, but they said that was one of the things that was a preference for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. Much of the media is
Scotty
French.
Bowman's like, I don't care.
They've only been talking college basketball all morning. What the heck are you listening to? That's from Tim's Offshore Bookie. And that sounds like that was a text meant for a friend who's not happy.
I think they were defending us for the people complaining that we haven't talked sports.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think
Major
you're right.
surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
It's not Canucks.
Enough sports already. Some big tough.
I agree.
Thank you, sir. That's from Darnell Nurse.
Now, what kind of a text is that?
Well, I changed his name.
Now Tim is reading the exchange between papers.
He's been asking for a while for me to.
He wanted to go to Darnell Nurse?
No, he wanted to change it to Musburger Vaughn.
I feel like that's been requested for months.
Darnell Nurse.
It has been.
And just not acknowledged?
Changing the names is a much bigger pain in my ass than adding new ones.
Well, don't do it and block these guys.
Like it takes, like I got to go back and forth, and then it takes a while to exchange. It's a whole thing. So I prefer just to add new names, and if I have time, I'll change names.
Gotcha.
But if like you're changing names every month, get out of here. I'm not doing that.
And Harrison's brother Master will not be changed, and nor will Sharon and Clayton, and that's because they're in an alliance that might be the greatest heel alliance in this show's history.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement right there.
There you go.
And some names are just institutions, so you don't want to change them.
Guys, can we talk about MILFs? Thanks. That's from Big Paz.
Oh, gosh.
Well, we were talking about hot wives. The Huntley Hot Wife Hunter said, sorry, I can't call in. I've got a big meeting at 8 I need to prep for. So this Hot Wife Hunter has a meeting. I don't know if it's with a hot wife or
Gonna take a break from his hunting.
an executive. So we will take other calls at 314-974-0101 on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We'll take your texts, and you can get a text inbox name saved today, tomorrow, and Friday here on the program. But after Friday, Jackson's not doing it again until the month of February. 314-399-9646. And if you're frustrated that you don't get read, I would tell you that most of the time the texts that get read have names saved. So request a name. Jackson will hook you up. 314-399-9646. Joe Buck going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford in studio taking your two-part questions. That's coming your way at 8:50, and then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is at 9:45. We announce the winner at 10:59, and then it's BK and Ferrario. Your Stiefel dossier is now out in the open. It is the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight as they take on the Chicago Blackhawks. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 7:30, puck drop at 8:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, the late Avicii. What do you think? 13 years ago?
This was Charlie Marlowe's big
It was Charlie Marlowe's. That's nice. Mm-hmm. And he loved going to EDM festivals and I guess rolling balls.
Well, he may have. Didn't he also go to a lot of Renaissance festivals?
Oh, and dress up as a knight?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wearing Buckeye gear.
You guys know anybody who does that?
Renaissance festivals?
Yeah.
They have them here?
Run fairs, I think they call them.
They have them in St. Louis?
I'm sure.
We had a guy on the floor. Remember, Doug, back in the day, they would have camera operators in the studio. And when I worked in Madison, one of the fellows was really into the Civil War reenactment. So he would come in after he had just been to an event. So he's running the camera. I'm staring into the camera. Hey, the Badgers tonight take on the Buckeyes. And the guy running the camera is wearing a full outfit of Civil War reenactment. I got to tell you, a little distracting.
I went to a World War II reenactment once at Jefferson Barracks, and it was really pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, they had hundreds of guys dressed up in tanks and jeeps rolling in.
They had tanks?
Yeah, they had one old tank.
Nice.
Doug, are you sure you weren't in World War II? Like there were tanks?
No.
A reenactment with a tank.
It was really cool.
All right. Papers, let's go to a reenactment.
I'd be into it. I'd like to see it once. I don't think I would do well at the Renaissance Fair.
No, it doesn't seem like
jousting,
a thing.
Eating mutton.
Grady texts in on Renaissance fairs and says, yeah, there's one of those big nerd fastest Renaissance fairs in Wentzville every year. Doug, that's from Grady. So if you want to go out to the Wentzville territories,
we'll check that out.
You can enjoy it. I see, Jackson, I said to the audience in the previous segment here in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour that if you want to make sure that your texts get read on the program or increase the chances, have a name saved, and that led to an influx for Jackson to update. How are you doing with the updating of the text inbox names? The text inbox brought to you by Air Comfort Service.
I'm doing the best I can, you know. Adding a lot. Would you like more?
I see a lot of frustration from people who insist that you haven't changed their names, but I don't know how they would know.
Right.
How would they know?
Because they texted in, and sometimes I miss it because my only job is not changing text names, and then they get frustrated by it, which I guess I understand, but not really. And then I try my best to do it, but I am just one man.
It is leading to little texting confusion. Tim, you had a Ron Burgundy moment earlier. He said, "Thank you, sir," and it was actually Jackson going back and forth. When I just looked down and says, "You got it." Like, what kind of text is that? Oh, it's Jackson responding to the audience. But your established brands is a real deal because I could do that blind resume they do like for the tournament. And you just read a tweet. Kairu sucks. So do you guys. Oh, Harrison's brother, man.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, Libby Jack. Great WNBA update. Oh, Eric in the Central West End. Like I can immediately. I can do
it's important.
Blind resume based on the brand.
How about this one? Who do you think this came from? What's cooler, going to a Renaissance fair or wearing a WNBA hat?
And that's not Eric in the Central West End.
I would say the Renaissance Festival is cooler. Okay. Oh, that was at least a very interesting period of history.
I don't know what to say. I wore a hat, and everyone's calling me a beta and a loser. No. When really they're just so. I'm not going to say it.
He almost did. He almost went.
Saban?
Nope, not doing it.
That came from one of the brothers' time. This is Steven's wing. You also can text in your disdain for us, the program, anything else. 314-399-9646. Joe Buck is going to join the program coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes as his Indiana Hoosiers are taking on the Oregon Ducks on Friday. It starts tonight. As far as if you're a sports fan, let me tell you. Billikens, VCU, can't wait. Missouri, Kentucky, 12.5-point dogs in Lexington. Billikens, 2.5-point dogs in Richmond. Blues and Blackhawks at, I think, Martin, 8:44 will be puck drop. That's what I think. And then tomorrow night, Ole Miss and Miami. Friday night, Joe's Indiana Hoosiers and the Oregon Ducks. Saturday, you get 2 NFL playoff games, and the nightcap being the Packers and the Bears. You get 3 on Sunday, and then you get Monday Night Football, which Joe will be on the call of in Pittsburgh between the Texans and the Steelers. So, Doug, just saddle on in.
Okay.
Here, all right?
A lot of good TV viewing.
You better believe it. What are you looking forward to most of that list?
I'm really looking forward to the Billiken game tonight.
So am I. I really am, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think because they've got everybody excited. At this point now, if you weren't paying attention in October, November, I get it. But now you're like, hey, I've heard a lot about them. It sounds like they're pretty good. And this is a legit test. Now, VCU's not Duke or even a Gonzaga, but this is a legit test on the road. That building, I was looking it up, 7,600, so it's even smaller than Schaefer. It's a tough place to win. They never have. But this is the first chance for them to kind of prove to everybody. Now, if they lose, it's not the end of the world, but it's first chance, even for the people who are on the fringe. Like, hey, I've heard they're pretty good. Let me see. Because if you haven't been watching on ESPN Plus, this is a little more available. So I think the excitement is legit. I don't think they'll play poorly. Like, they may not win, but I don't think they'll go out and just play poorly. And there were times last year, because I think we got excited last year with Schertz and Avila, and it's like they really wasn't a great team.
It was clear, and then they also were just so injured.
Yeah, they were limited for sure.
So you got the Billikens tonight at 6. Missouri's also at 6. And then the Blues are scheduled at 8:30. We've got that at 8:44. ILL takes on Rutgers tomorrow. You got Ole Miss and Miami. And then Friday, you have the Indiana-Oregon game, in addition to the festivities on Saturday with the NFL. Blues in action. And Missouri's got Hotty Toddy. ILL has Iowa this weekend. Billikens have one of the randos this weekend, right? The A-10 has a couple that you're like, oh, yeah. And then there's some randos.
LaSalle season.
That's their second high school gymnasium they'll play in this year because they got Loyola Marymount's high school gymnasium.
Yeah. This game tonight is really one of their first true road games. They did play at Loyola Marymount, but there was nobody there.
Yeah.
So this will be a big test for them, too, to see if they can take this explosive offense and do just as well on the road.
I'm looking forward to that. So it's an outstanding opportunity here for the Billikens and really the college basketball teams locally, who all at least have designs on the NCAA tournament. Currently, the Billikens and Illinois in Joe Lunardi's bracketology, which Doug considers gospel.
I don't.
Billikens a 10 seed going up against SMU. That game in St. Louis on a Friday afternoon. And Illinois, a 4 seed going up against the 13 seed UNC Wilmington. But Missouri on the outside looking in. Lindenwood is in. They're a 15 seed, and they're going to play Duke per Joe Lunardi's.
But Lindenwood got nicked last night by a friend of the show, Brian Baroni, up in Edwardsville.
SIU Edwardsville. So that means SIU Edwardsville now has Duke in the first round, Doug?
Yeah.
Do you know if has that been changed?
It hasn't even been decided yet.
But didn't you read the bracket?
I did.
It's out.
It means nothing.
Jeremy Rutherford's going to be with us following Joe Buck's appearance on the program in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And he wrote a column that's just posted on The Athletic regarding Justin Falk and how Justin Falk, along with Broberg, have been the Blues' 2 most consistent players. Armstrong was on the broadcast. Chris Kerber said this when he was with us on Monday. Armstrong jumped on with Kerber and Joey Vitale during the game Friday afternoon against Vegas and was asked about Falk, who scored while Armstrong was on. He said, I would say the 2 players who have been our most consistent, most productive players have been Falk and Broberg all season long. They really haven't deviated as our other players have, and it's great to see. Hopefully we can build off their game and get more guys on board. JR writes, if someone would have told Blues fans that Broberg would be among the top 2 most consistent players in the lineup at the halfway point of the season, few would have flinched. But Falk, he leads the Blues with 11 goals and ranks 3rd on the team with 21 points. And defensively, during a season when the club's given up the 2nd most 5-on-5 goals in the NHL, through Monday's games, he has been on the ice for just 30 of those. And this is quite a change from his previous 2 seasons when Falk scored a combined 6 goals and was on the ice for 95 5-on-5 goals against. When The Athletic mentions that to Falk, it makes the 33-year-old in his 15th NHL season, when he's asked about the possibility of being a totally different player. And while some may be open to discussing their personal season, he offers a look of, what do you want me to say? Falk, the player who was traded to the Blues the summer after they won the Cup and has been hoping to lead the franchise back to that level, is not dealing well with the fact that the current team has not lived up to expectations. So then that gets into the conversation of, would he be one of the most prized assets that the Blues could trade? Do you expect him to be on the move?
Not in the short term. Yes, in the long term, if they fall hopelessly out of the race. I think if they stay in the wild card race, I think they'd hang on to him.
And a recent trade matchmaker, The Athletic's Pierre LeBrun listed Vegas as a possible suitor for Falk, while Chris Johnston mentioned the Panthers. So those are two teams that are thinking Cup, and Falk would be a good match in those two riders' opinions.
If you trade him here in the next week or so, aren't the Blues saying, we don't have a shot? We're kind of throwing in the towel? If you trade your most productive player to date right in the middle of the season, and maybe that's what they need to do. I don't know, only time will tell that. But that's what you'd be telling the team and the fan base, is that we don't have a shot. We're going to depart with our most productive player to date.
Yeah, and they'd have to just say we're trying to thread the needle here, where we're trying to kind of hang in there this year, but also trying to cash in some assets while we can. I would think Falk would get, based on the season he's having, pretty good career, very dependable. I would think you'd get decent return on him. Like, if you're ever going to sell him, maybe now is the time. So I could see that happening. And if I'm him, I'm tempted to go somewhere, maybe with a better chance to win. It's hard to believe
I don't doubt he would welcome a trade to a better team. I just think that it'd be pretty risky right now for the Blues to
give up one of your key pieces when you're not. I mean, I was looking at the goal scoring yesterday because Montgomery had a clip about it. He was talking about goal scoring. He said they've been looking at it, and there's all these different ways to score, creating turnovers. He said there's a ladder play. He was breaking out all of these ways to score because the Blues are dead last in the NHL. 107, lowest goal total in the league. Colorado, by example, 167. 60 goals more at this point in the season.
More than a goal a game.
Yeah, and so Falk is your top scorer, so you're already a team. Maybe the argument could be, well, we're not really doing a whole lot of scoring with him doing what he's doing, but I have a feeling he'll get traded.
Yeah, I could agree with you. JR has that at the end of his column, and again, he's with us here in an hour, taking your two-part questions, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. With the Blues roster evolving, Falk understands the club may look to move him. He does have a 15-team no-trade clause both this season and next, and he says, I'm under contract. I've got another year on it. I've got a job to do. Going back to when I was traded here from the Hurricanes, I know other things can happen. I'm not naive, but it's not worth the time for me to think about what could happen and what might happen. None of that matters until something does. My commitment is to the St. Louis Blues. I'm not looking to be done playing hockey after next year, so we'll see what happens. There's nothing that would change my mind. I don't know. I'm still here, so I don't know how to view it any different because I don't think about that stuff too much. I focus on things I can control, and that's about it. That's Jeremy Rutherford's piece this morning in The Athletic regarding the possibility of Justin Falk being on the move from the Blues, and the fact that, as Armstrong said, he's been one of the Blues' two most consistent players along with Philip Broberg.
And for the new listeners, a two-parter for JR. Tim, can those be hockey and hockey, or are they typically hockey and nonsense?
I think non sequiturs tend to be the second part. It's based on Lisa Ann's long relationship with this show, where she would get one fantasy football question and then one that
fantasy
maybe
naughty. They were naughty questions.
That's a matter of opinion, just from her time in the San Fernando Valley, Las Vegas, Miami. Take your pick of whatever ne'er-do-well that the audience wanted to ask her about.
How many times have you grabbed the poop?
Right. And that was a press conference in Columbia, South Carolina, with Mike Shula and Lenora Sellers. Am I correct on that?
Yep.
Thank you.
And Lenora is coming back to South Carolina, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then that Trinidad Chambliss says he's coming back to Ole Miss. Everybody's excited, except he hasn't been cleared to return yet.
Yeah, I think
they gave him a verbal. They said a verbal no in December, but
it'll be his sixth year playing college.
Yeah.
How is this even possible?
They said they've submitted documents to talk about the breathing issues he had 1 year at Ferris State.
So that gives you another year?
Well, they're working on the old redshirt paperwork. At this point, I'm surprised anybody could even say no. If I were I'd just show up next year. What are you going to do? Just keep playing.
Yeah.
Joe Buck's going to join us coming up in the next segment. He's happy with the way things are going in college football because his Hoosiers are a win away from playing for the national championship against one of Ole Miss or Miami. If that is to happen, Martin, he will go and watch the game.
So he's not going this week?
He's not going this week. Did not go to the Rose Bowl for Alabama. But, and when we were talking yesterday, I said, I just thought you might do it because you had the 49ers game up in Santa Clara. And I realized San Francisco isn't like a, it's a good distance away. But nonetheless, just shoot on up there, see the festivities, But he's emotionally leveraged. I like that.
You think he has to get on Ticketmaster to try to find a good deal?
Yeah. Take your pick, StubHub. Is it Vivid Seats?
What if he texts with Mark Cuban about Indiana football?
I'm going to say yeah. I'm going to say yeah. So anyway, Joe's going to join us coming up here. We'll talk about why. Plus, he got a black eye from getting
It's his
breaking
fault.
up a
He
fight.
didn't go to the Rose Bowl, then he got a black eye.
That's right. Had he been at the Rose Bowl, it wouldn't have happened. So he's going to join us. JR's in studio at 8:50. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 9:45. Send yours in. Chairman Kurt filters. He's catching a lot of hell, but whoever would be in that role would catch that hell. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program now at this point in their fourth year as a sponsor of TMA, and we are grateful for the support of Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen, whether it's Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, Ed Herman, Brody coming in and talking it over. Brown and Crouppen can do that and come in studio with us because they are here in St. Louis. They are local, founded in St. Louis in 1979 and committed to the St. Louis metropolitan area. You can always call them for free any day, anytime, or they will come to you for free because they are local. They don't get paid unless you get paid. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Joe Buck joining us next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines as we close out the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Was this a Joe Buck request, or was this your own long-distance dedication?
Well, I know Joe loves the movie Train Spotting, and this Lou Reed song, Perfect Day, is featured heavily in that movie.
How about that, Doug?
Huh. Didn't know that. Mm-hmm.
Joining us right now here on the morning after. Lou Reed is in the 10 o'clock hour. Joining us right now, though, here on TMA, it's friend of the program, Joe Buck. Morning, Joe.
It's a shame that Martin's going to miss Lou Reed because he'll be onboarding at that.
That's correct. And I believe he's also passed. So there's a couple of reasons I'm going to miss out on the entire 10 o'clock hour. No, you know what I do?
That's but a minor detail. It's more about the onboarding.
Joe, you don't understand. Later in the day, I go back and I podcast like the Dickens. And I listen. I actually listen to the whole show and I make notes and I send them to the staff at night. Usually my hostile emails arrive at about midnight, telling Tim everything he did wrong.
Like Troy.
Does he do that? Does he critique you after 25 years?
Yeah. Here's what I liked. Here's what I didn't like. One list is a lot longer than the
other. Joe, are you when you're watching Indiana play? Are you nervous now? Is that going on through your body as you watch your alma mater?
Yeah, I was nervous. The Penn State game got me nervous because it felt like, okay, the bubble's going to pop and we're going to return to Indiana football as we know it. And they obviously won that game on that crazy play in the back of the end zone. So I since then, I haven't felt the need to be nervous. Just the way they've played. I get the Ohio State game, yes, but was there a lot on the line in the Big Ten championship? Probably not, I guess, at the end of the day. But, the Alabama game, I was very nervous going in, and about 10 minutes in, my nerves subsided, and I just was able to enjoy the game just because of the way they played.
And you didn't go to the Rose where you got kicked in the head instead?
Yeah, how about that?
What a
my wife is in Santa Clara interviewing Brock Purdy on that Thursday, and I was holding down the fort here, and we were all happy, and we watched the game, and we had a nice day. I was on Zoom calls on and off with the 49ers and the Seahawks. And then we're getting ready for bed. The boys break out into a little bit of a fight, which they are wont to do. We were on my bed watching Henry Danger. If you know, you know. And they started a fight, and I got in the middle of it. And next thing you know, one of them, I almost said his name, one of them is readjusting to get a little more leverage in the fight and swung his knee around and smashed me right on the top, the bone above your eye. I guess if that's the orbital bone, I don't know. It's like part of your forehead. I have a huge forehead. I had a big target. And the next thing I know, I'm screaming and yelling. He was frightened out of his mind. I'm putting ice on it, knowing that I'm going to have a black eye on national TV.
Huh. But they covered it up real nice.
Yeah, they did pretty well with the makeup.
Yeah. Her name's Kathleen. She's phenomenal. I called her. I texted her, and I sent her a picture. I said, your work is going to be cut out for you on Saturday night. And she goes, oh, that's nothing. And she handled it. So, I thought I was going to go on wearing my glasses to kind of protect against, an unforgiving public and Twitter/X if I showed up with anything resembling a black eye on a National Football League game, and she did such a good job. I didn't even need my glasses
because you could see it now. Costas went through it with the pink eye during the Olympics.
Oh yeah,
and everything they tried, and there's memes and years where somebody finally punched this jackass. I mean, you could just see the thread.
That was going to be that was what was running through my head as I was getting this goo put on my eye prior to the game on Saturday night.
Your son in trouble? You ground him or anything for that move?
Oh my God, yes. He hasn't left his room since.
I would think so.
A morsel of food.
It's almost been a week. I think I gave him a 1-week sanction, so he'll get out tomorrow.
Yeah,
Were you tempted at all to go to the Rose Bowl?
No.
Not at all.
No.
So therefore not tempted to go to the Peach Bowl this Friday.
No. I mean the way I figure it is if they win, there's another game. if they lose, I don't want to be anywhere near it. So I'm very happy on my couch. Again, my wife is going to be out of town interviewing Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson for our Monday night game. And I, again, will be holding down the fort. I will wear a face mask, putting the boys to bed on Friday night. And, we'll take our chances. But if they somehow manage to eke by Oregon for the second time this year, then I will. At this point, I am slated to go. And yes, Doug, I am feverishly going over deals for tickets, StubHub and the like, to make sure that I can secure at least one ticket in the upper deck so that I can go.
We do like logistics and wonder how you get tickets. I guess you've got some friends in high places.
He just said he's going on Ticketmaster.
Word is ESPN is actually doing the game.
Kind of an inside play there.
Okay.
It's a nice hit.
Yeah.
What about parking? Doug usually worries about parking.
Oh, yeah. You got free parking?
I have not worked on the parking yet. Is that hopefully I can find a deal with one of these ticket companies that has a parking spot.
I think Doug usually starts with parking and then works backwards on the tickets.
I love free parking. Absolutely love it.
Do you really? Yeah. No. This will not be free. I will be paying a steep price to be able to park near whatever the name of that's Hard Rock Stadium.
Is it Hard Rock still?
No.
Yeah, Hard Rock Stadium.
I don't know. I did a Super Bowl there. I do remember that. But yeah, I'll be there as a fan. It's funny though, because times change. One thing that's happened with this Indiana, really the last 2 years, is that I reconnected with my fraternity brothers and different friends that I had back in the late 80s, early 90s at IU. And what I'm realizing is I may not have actually gone to Indiana because I don't remember anything they're referencing at all. It's this huge text chain. It's like, oh, remember when McElroy did this, and that moment that shaped the rest of my life. I don't remember any of it. I don't remember being there. I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember commenting on it. They're involving me in things that I evidently did when we were at Michigan State on a fraternity walkout that I don't remember at all. It's really concerning to me.
Could the memory issues be related to the knee to the forehead that you recently took?
No, this predates the knee to the forehead. It's a fair question, but I think it's more. I just maybe I was doing other things and I really wasn't paying attention like these guys were. But man, they are reliving. They are reliving life right now.
Was going to a game, was it, oh, God, who are we playing? Like, did you get dragged to football games? Or if you're a college student, did everybody go to IU games? We
all got a deal on season tickets, and it was funny. Like, I remember maybe my most, eye-opening day of being a freshman in Indiana was when I got to pick up my student tickets for football and my student tickets for basketball. And obviously it was like this. I got there the semester after they won the national championship and beat Syracuse. So I was like, oh, we're going to win it every year. So I can't wait to go. And they became we, and I was an Indiana Hoosier, and I went to every game. And I went to all the football games. I did. That's not revisionist history. They were good back then. Like Trent Green was our quarterback, Anthony Thompson, our running back, Bill Mallory was our head coach. Like, they were interesting and fun to watch. They never really won much, certainly on the national scale, but they were a fun team. And then I leave, and life goes on, and they're really not competitive, and it just kind of evaporated from my life. But back then, we did go to the games. Then my daughter went to Indiana. I went there as Natalie's dad, and she's like, "Okay, our sorority's gonna tailgate. Here's where we're doing it." And we tailgate. I'm there with the other parents and these other kids. And I'm like, all right, let's go in. And they're like, oh, no, we don't go into the game. I was like, what? Why are we here? Like, just be in your kitchen. So they didn't even, the team was so bad that you didn't even go into the stadium after tailgating. And now you can't get into the stadium. So it's been written about and talked about forever over the last 2 years. It's been just remarkable what he's done. Joe Buck with us here on TMA, 101 ESPN, TMA STL YouTube channels where you can watch the conversation. Joe, you've gotten a chance to get to know the gentleman you just made reference to who has done this over the last 2 years. What can you tell us that perhaps the public hasn't seen about Curt Cignetti? I think he's really funny. I think he I think enjoys the fact that he's different when he gets interviewed. I think he plays into it. I think there's a little bit of a show there, and that's not a negative. That's just I think he's kind of playing people a little bit because I've been around him. I went to the Michigan game last year, and I got to meet him on the field, and he had actually been on the Zoom in one of our production meetings for Monday Night Football because last year Troy kept referencing Indiana football. So as a surprise, there he was on Zoom during one of our production meetings, and he's very consistent with the way he is when there's a camera around. But then when I've been around him, I met him at the Michigan game last year midfield. It's like, I don't want to bother him. And they're, no, he wants to meet you. So I went over and I talked to him. And I said, what do you think about today? And he laid out exactly how the game was going to go. And the game went exactly to how he said it was going to go. He was very honest about their team. And I think he's got more to him. We see the persona. I think he's playing into it. And it kind of creates this character that he plays a little bit when he gets interviewed. And I think he's very smart. I think, when he says before the game, when he's asked, how are you going to make sure this moment's not too big for your team? And he said, why would it be too big? Because our name's Indiana. Like, to me, I felt like that was so good that it was almost not spur of the moment. Like, he thought about that. What can I say that's going to set the tone? Even though his team's not even hearing it, I just think he's got a persona that he plays into, and I think he's a little more well-rounded when you're around him and there's no media there.
I think there's some teams or franchises that need that swagger. It's like even Mike Martz comes in. The Rams were just god-awful. Vermeil gives him the chance to run the offense, and he brought that kind of arrogance that a Ram franchise never had. And I think with Indiana fans, they're like, oh, we're just Indiana. We'll never. You almost need someone who is that cocky to kind of say, no, we can do this. Instead of people kind of giving into the old narrative, well, we'll probably lose to Michigan. We'll get beat by Ohio State. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And I do think that we tend to forget that these are young people that are involved playing these games, and these are college kids. And yes, I know they're playing longer these days, and it's almost become kind of a midway profession for some of these guys. But these are young guys, and they are there to be coached. And whoever it is, whether it's Fernando Mendoza or name the player on any team, they don't care what went on when, when Anthony Thompson was there and Trent Green was there. They don't. This is new every year, and it's become more new every year with the portal and the NIL stuff and all that. These are salary cap teams. It feels like managing caps and managing money and all that. This is a different world. And to me, this is the good side of what can happen with the portal if you know what you're looking for. And I think that's his brilliance. I think he knows the kind of players, whatever the traits he's looking for, that whatever calls he's making, whatever money they're spending, he knows the right kind of players to add to this program. And I think he's doing it better than anybody else. And they've had this windfall now of players that are coming there for next season that, these guys would have never even looked at Indiana. Right. And now it's like, there's like 8 guys that have shown up in that portal. It's like they're coming too. Now it's turned. And it's, it's a destination for some of these guys.
Is Mark Cuban, is he heavily involved? We always hear that.
John Mellencamp.
John Mellencamp's always, and obviously didn't go there, but he's from a small town. He always loved, when they were bad, I feel like he would go to games.
Yeah, I think Cuban's very involved. I think, and I'm not being smart aleck about it. I think there are a lot of farmers around Indiana that are making money and want to. It's almost like everybody's come out of the woodwork, and it's like, let me have my little piece of this because it's been so long, and they're willing to send money in. From what I hear, I don't know. I'm not. If that's the next question.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. They got to be hitting you up.
Doug likes to do a little accounting on the program.
No, Troy has talked to me about what went on at UCLA and kind of what he got for the money that he donated, and that will not be something that I will be partaking in.
I love that story with Troy. He said, I donated like $1 million or whatever it was. I never heard back or anything, and then it came out, well, it's against the rules to say thank you. I'm like, there's no rules on anything.
I think the guy even transferred, didn't he? The player transferred.
He left. It's not. You don't get the money back, from what I understand. They're like, yeah, nice. He's gone now. Here's your money. The guy's gone. So I don't. It doesn't seem like a great program for the donor.
We were talking yesterday. You were saying you never really got it with the college football thing, and
I didn't.
And now that you're living it, you get it. Explain what you have experienced as far as that metamorphosis.
Just my entire NFL career of broadcasting games. Back when I was doing the studio show, and Terry and Howie and Jimmy and those guys would get together on Saturdays and just watch college football all day long. And I was like, man, this is prime. Get ready for game time for me on Sunday. This is when I'm doing the bulk of my cramming and my homework for my Sunday game. Like, who cares? And the reason I didn't care is because I think I just wasn't invested in it as a fan, because my alma mater wasn't any good. And now that they are, for these last 2 years, it almost makes me feel, well, I'm a bandwagon fan. A lot of those guys on my text chain with my fraternity, they've still been living and dying with Indiana football, even through all these lows since we walked off that campus. And so they're the ones that are really, I think, getting the most out of this. But for somebody like me, I was like, college football is interesting. And you watch what is now the playoff and the big bowl games. And I was doing it to see who the players were that were coming my way in the NFL, but really had no emotional tie to it. Now with the emotion involved and being proud of where you went to school, I get it. I get it for the Alabama fans and the Georgia fans and the Auburn fans and Notre Dame and right on down the line. I completely understand what the attraction is and the draw is for college football. Way more than I ever did.
Yeah, and understandably so. There really is something to it, and it is tough to explain if you haven't been on that side of it. Are you therefore going to be locked in on what could be your alma mater's opponent in the championship game tomorrow night with Ole Miss in Miami, something that you may not have watched otherwise?
Yes.
Yeah.
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is I probably wouldn't have been locked in. I mean, I watched the Ole Miss game, and I watch it, because I love McDonough. He's a good buddy, and I love watching them do what they do. The game was amazing. And I thought, I don't know. Now I'm like planning out, who does Indiana want to face? Do they want to face Ole Miss? Or do they want to face Georgia? I think the common thought and the wisdom would be, well, you don't want any part of Georgia, but Ole Miss looked phenomenal and just kept answering and then won the ball game. And I'll be watching tomorrow night. I'll do my own scouting and see who I want Indiana to play.
Email us a whole breakdown, if you would, maybe about midnight after the game, just kind of, so we can use it on Friday.
I will. You'll be going over your tapes of that day's show.
Podcast like the Dick. I was going to tell you that Natalie might have stolen the page out of Uncle Rich Gould's playbook. He would often go to Mizzou games, even when they were good. And I'm like, Rich, how is it? He goes, well, I don't know, pal. I'm in charge of the tailgate. And I said, you don't go to he would go down from St. Louis to Mizzou. And I said, Rich, you didn't go to the game? He goes, no, why would I go to the game? And I said, because you're in the parking lot 100 yards away. He said, I always stay behind and keep an eye on things.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I mean, phenomenal.
So she
That's
still
the Rich I love.
That may have been, maybe she was stopping by the booth, maybe the KPLR Glory Days with Rich and Ozzy on the call. And
what was the show they did?
The Fan Show.
The Fan Show. I was on that debacle.
Wasn't it wonderful to look out in the audience at the Casino Queen or the Stratford Inn and see Mickey Carroll sitting there
in the green room
for some reason
next to a guy mainlining heroin?
Oh, my God.
No, I'm kidding, of course.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
That is Uncle
Joe.
Rich calling roller derby.
Yep.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, those were the days. I mean, this media landscape has certainly changed over the years. Now I know what makes Dan Caesar. I mean, think of what he was writing about back then.
People fighting.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot
People
of
not
fighting.
getting paid.
We got Gary Finkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
It was must-see TV. I mean, they would do bits. Iggy pretended to throw Mickey Carroll out of a golf cart. And I'm like, well, that's kind of mean. That's probably get you canceled now.
Yep, you don't do that on Monday Night Football, do you?
But, Joseph, we should talk about the award. You're going to Cooperstown. We're burying the lead here. You got inducted. You're going into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yes.
He's more excited about Indiana.
He's like, can we talk about the fan show?
I was shocked, and you know, I know that Bob Costas went to bat for me, and kind of, you know, I guess pled my case to the group. It's different. They changed the rules a few years ago where the national people would get considered every 3 years. Now everybody's in the same field, and I think it makes it a little tougher on the national guys to get enough votes to win it. So I owe Bob, and I owe Bob because A, he did that, and I never asked him to. I didn't politic for it. And B, it's coming, you know, at a time where my mom's still here. And I think that's the part that has me most excited. I remember being there in 1987 when my dad went in, and just the amount of pride that I felt for him, because I'd never seen him really before or after more proud of something than he was when he went in Cooperstown. And so for me to see that in 1987 and to be in the videos of that and my little seersucker blazer and my Ray-Bans and my gigantic head and my full head of hair at that time, natural, to see that and to remember those times and that week, and then to you know, experience that myself is humbling. It really is, and I'm excited. I truly am.
Will you and your dad be the only father-son duo in the Hall of Fame, or is there somebody I'm not thinking about?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, we will be. I mean, you know, for broadcasters, I don't know. I guess right on down the line.
Well, there's a really small list of broadcasters that are in the Pro Football and Pro Baseball, National Baseball Hall of Fame. Al Michaels, Kurt Gowdy, Joe Buck, Jack Buck. I'm forgetting somebody, like a Lindsey Nelson or somebody. I said Al Michaels. It doesn't matter, but that's an even smaller list, too, when you start talking about in both.
Well, I'm just, you know, I wrote a book, and I went on with Tim multiple times promoting my book, Lucky Bastard. I am that. I give myself credit. It's hard. Begrudgingly, I give myself credit for at least paying attention. And I loved my dad so much. I just wanted to be him. And I think that's what drove me as a kid to bother to watch what he did and how he did it. And, you know, I have 7 brothers and sisters. I would like to think that I was the lucky one that kind of got the tutorial every day with him. I just wanted to be nowhere else. And so, you know, it became a part of me. And I was thankful that he wanted me around him, and which he did. And I went on road trips with him and was around the team. And when I was doing games at 19 and 20 years old and whatever, 27 doing a World Series, the act or the art of being a broadcaster was already baked in. And then I just had to kind of do the job. I wasn't in awe of the job because I'd been around a major league broadcast booth my entire life.
Doug, are you concerned about the parking in Cooperstown, though? Because it is a little tight.
I've been there. You got to park a ways away and walk.
That's true.
There's a few blocks
Keep that
you got
in
to
mind,
walk.
Joe. You may want to decline the. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I think we get our day on Saturday, and the players actually go in on Sunday. So I think parking will be plentiful.
So he's still going to do it.
You got to worry about it.
I know you were limited on the speech as far as timing goes in Canton. Have you been given the parameters?
I got to speak actually in Canton. They're like 2 minutes. All right, 2 minutes. I'm like, okay. And they're like, okay, you're going to go between whatever it was, 7:48 and 7:50. And the reason I was going at that point is because it was during the commercial break of the actual ceremony. So I was like, if I kept talking, I would force my way onto television because I outlasted the commercial break, which I did. So I got on.
It's a nice feather in your cap.
That's when Whitey went in. They had Doug Harvey, the umpire, but it was all on tape. And then Whitey afterwards were like, "What do you?" Well, the umpire went too damn long. Whitey said he cut his speech short because the umpire went too damn long.
I will be very aware that the only people that want to hear what I have to say will be those who have traveled with me. So I am not going to bore everybody. And I'm actually going to work on this speech at some point to make sure I say everybody's names. You guys will definitely be included.
I thought so. I thought so.
Okay.
I thought so.
Yeah. This moment will be included.
Maybe or do the speech as the Mad Hoosier. There you go.
I'll go into different characters. I'll have a Tim McCarver section. I'll have a Mike Shannon section. I'll have a Jack Buck section. I'll have all that.
Boy, that Mad Hoosier calling could have kept you out of Cooperstown if Robert was listening.
Thank God they didn't hear that.
Hey, while we have you, I always like a quick drive-by of Joe Buck opinions on the local teams. What are your thoughts?
I'm sure you do.
I really do.
I mean, we're killing it.
Yeah. I mean, what a magical. Thank God for Bloomington, Indiana.
What a year. What a year it's been. Yeah, I guess they can't find a taker for Nolan Arenado.
That's correct.
But he said his goodbyes. He waved to the crowd.
Yep.
On the last day, and is he going to come back now?
I'm still confident that he will not be with the Cardinals. My action is on the Angels. I don't really know what their angle is for that, but that's where I think he will wind up. And I don't know if Brendan Donovan will be here when spring training rolls around or not. It's a different kind of. I don't even know if when you were calling games as a young man, there was nothing really like this either, right?
No, like with the Cardinals? No.
I mean, you had the core of Langford and Zeal and Jordan.
Gilkey,
yeah.
They added Greg Jeffries. I mean, they still were adding. I don't know why it has to be, one or the other. I think you can still – they're still going to have to field a team, and they're still going to have 9 people out there. So I don't know why. There are assets, I think, and there's got to be a little bit of money left over, to try to lure some free agent here. I think you can get, I would imagine, having not been in on any of these discussions, somebody that skews a little younger that you can build with, that as the prices come down in the free agency market, you can get people somewhat excited. I mean, or make a trade where you get somebody back that is like on the cusp of being a good player. Although I guess the only chance for that would be in a Brendan Donovan trade. Yeah. I feel like, for Nolan, it's just going to be a salary dump, and you're not going to, player-wise, you're not going to get much. It's just you're just trying to take some of the price out of what you're paying.
And open up a spot.
And open up a spot, for sure. But, then who fills that spot? I mean, somebody's got to be on this team other than...
There's our slogan. We got a slogan. Somebody's got to be on this team. There's our slogan.
They were really struggling to put any fans in the seats the last 2 years when they were trying to win. What's it going to be like when they've given up on that idea?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what that's going to look like.
We even had a caller.
They can't know what it's going to look like, but there's got to be some shred of excitement that you have to add, I would think, before spring training, where it's like, okay, you got to see the vision too. It can't just be, all them. I think you have to get fans excited about what's to come, and here's the plan. And I would like to think that we will get there at some point. I mean, it is only January, but you say it's only January. I mean, by the end of February, how many weeks are we away from pitchers and catchers reporting? Not that many.
Yeah, 5 weeks, and then we'll be down there doing the show. That's exactly right.
Yeah, come on down and see us. We'll be doing the show.
Free parking there.
Yeah, although sometimes they've jammed us up a little on the parking, I got to say, at Roger Dean.
No.
Yeah.
And a quick drive-by on the state of the St. Louis Blues at the approximate midway point.
Every night, excitement. I don't know. It's like they have to play perfect to win. They have to play perfect. And the scoring is coming from
Justin Falk.
all points beyond. Yeah, Falk is their leading scorer.
Yeah, 11 goals.
I mean, I know that wasn't the plan coming in.
No.
So where's everybody else? I mean, that's my catchphrase. Where is everybody?
The 2026
I think
St. Louis
Army would
Blues.
agree.
Where is everybody? The 2026 Cardinals. We have to put somebody out there.
Where did they go? There's no scoring.
It's a fair question. There are not a lot of shots on goal, and there isn't scoring coming from, I think Jordan Kyrie's on pace for 17 goals.
Well, that's not what you were looking for.
No, not at all.
Joe, are you taking texts at all? These are not even questions. Let's see. Joe, your dad was a gift to St. Louis.
I agree.
I would give anything to have Joe call a baseball game again. You're doing an ESPN game this year, correct?
Yeah, doing Mets Dodgers opening week, and I think it's like the third game.
Joe, congrats on your Ford Frick. Joe, you seem like the cool uncle that has a big wig job and just sits around and tells us cool stories at family holidays. Hey, I kind of agree with that.
I tend to keep to myself.
Okay.
You don't talk to your family members?
Well, the one kid's locked in his room.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
I can hear him out there. He's almost, no, one more day.
Joe, I've never been to Cooperstown, but I hope that the bust of Joe Buck comes with a push button so I can hear your call of David Freese's home run. I would wear that thing out from the 314.
That's very sweet. That person will be disappointed in learning that there is no bust. There is, let alone audio. It's like a picture kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it in the broadcaster's wing there. I always thought it should be bigger because you're such a big part of the game when you're the one presenting it to the public and the fan base. I thought Well,
I feel that way like, Vin Scully, my dad, Ernie Harwell, Bob Prince, Mel Allen. I mean, you want to do the Mount Rushmore, those are the guys. And, and they're Harry, those are the classic voices that I agree with you, Doug. I mean, it almost feels like there should be two areas. It's like those guys get their own area and then the rest of us. But I'll refrain from making any comments.
I shouldn't complain too much on the way in.
Yeah, we already had the parking conversation.
Coming up, Joe Buck with his Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmores. We like to do a Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmore.
Joe, it's always good to talk it over with you, and I'll be pulling for the Hoosiers on Friday night against the Ducks.
Thank you.
And the potential showdown on Monday. Would you go down there with some of those frat brothers in the text chain? Is that what the plan would be?
Yeah, they're all in there, like who's going and all that to Miami if that were to be. There's a few that I want to see. There's a few that I don't.
Already got the table for bottle service at Live Nightclub in Miami Beach reserved, I assume.
Well, I will be there with my daughter, and the nightclub thing, I don't know that Natalie and I will be doing that. I actually just want to go, like everybody wants to go just to get out of the house and B, just drink and have fun. I just want to go to the game. So why am I going? I should just sit at home and watch the game on TV. I don't really know why I want to go, but I guess I will go if they make it.
That's the reverse of the Super Bowl. Everybody just goes down there and parties and hangs out. Even media people. Then like Saturday they'll leave. I'm like, oh wait a minute, the game is Sunday.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's like, yeah, I'm getting out of there at 11. Like, what? Why are you going?
Joe Buck with us here on TMA. Always good to talk it over with you, Joe. Thanks for the time, man.
Yeah, fun time. Thanks, guys.
Take it easy, man.
All right, then, Joe.
That's Joe Buck with us here on TMA. Callier and Thompson phone lines talking it over. He always comes up with the slogans for the local teams.
Somebody's got to be on the team. Where is everybody?
Yeah. It's the state of the sports universe in St. Louis. Good to talk it over with Joe. Your thoughts on the conversation, 314-399-9646. And you're welcome to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be with us, taking your two-part questions on the Blues, one of which can be, where is everybody? And then you can come up with your second one. That's coming up at 8:50, brought to you by Marcana. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Hanson, 1997, huh?
I don't know the years, Tim.
What we got going on here? Why do you think Hanson's being played, man?
Because there's a lot of brothers, so it had to be one of the birthdays, or it could just be Papers felt like being a little cheeky.
Yeah, it felt like haven't played M-Bop in a while.
Yeah.
So.
You keep track? It's been a while.
One time, the guys from Pardon My Take, Big Cat and PFT, asked Khalil Mack, they said, we heard your favorite song's M-Bop by Hanson. He goes, what? Why would that be my favorite song?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour, fresh off of like a 35-minute conversation with Joe Buck. I would recommend going back and podcasting that like the Dickens, whether it be going to the TMA STL YouTube channel or the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's Jason Gosrow, longtime TMA sponsor, and we are grateful for his support of the show, and we ask that the listeners support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. And if you have any garage door issues, especially when it gets cold again, which it is looking like it's going to happen this weekend, that's when garage door springs can break, and that's when Schaefer Door can save the day. SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text 636 782-3608. That's the number they set up specifically for TMA listeners. They service commercial doors as well, so if you have a business with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company, a CHI overhead door dealer. Go to SchaeferDoor.com. That's one F, SchaeferDoor.com. Jeremy Rutherford going to be with us here coming up in just a few minutes, taking your two-part questions. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And then on the Stiefel dossier at 9:45, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Carlos Spicy Wiener won day one of this $10,000 prize for the month of January from Seth Goldcamp. And then the incel at the other end of the couch, was that the name?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Won day two. I feel like that incel could be really dangerous this month. He's an emerging force. He might be the Ole Miss, high ceiling, low floor. It's going to be fun to watch. Carlos Spicy Wiener, he's Georgia. You know he's going to be there.
Yeah.
Buck Swope is Alabama. Riot's dad is Ohio State.
Is that right?
But this Design Air Heating and Cooling Email the Day competition, it's bringing in a lot of people who have a chance to win the championship, just like NIL has. Thank you, Seth Goldcamp Martin, a longtime sponsor here on TMA.
Yeah, love talking about Design Air and then doing business with Design Air. We needed a new HVAC unit. They come out, walk around, say, okay, where's this heating? Okay, you're going to want to do this. And what about the air quality? There's all these things that I didn't take into account till I met with the folks from Design Air. And then you have the installation team that comes in, so professional. And when it's done, they explain everything to you. The whole process is simple, and it's a big deal when you get that replaced. So you want to make sure you're with the right people, somebody that's going to be around for a long time. We already know that about Design Air. Cannot recommend them more. Love it. It's working great, and they call that the interface, Doug, where you can type and control things there. That whole little system, I call it the interface. It's unbelievable. The technology they have, just great operation from start to finish. Year-round, it's all you need to know. It's why we're always talking about it, and it's why we do business with them. Couldn't be more pleased with the folks at Design Air. For all your heating and cooling needs, you can get online at designairservice.com.
There it is, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45. Get your emails in by 9:30. Send them in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and you could get yourself a point on the board to win this $10,000 HVAC system that Design Air Heating and Cooling is giving away to the emailer of the month on the morning after. Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us, taking your two-part questions. Send them in, 314-399-9646. We'll have JR with us next here on TMA 101 at ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a local college hoops double feature tonight as Mizzou takes on Kentucky in Lexington and SLU heads to Richmond, Virginia to take on the VCU Rams. Both games tip off at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Jam-packed here today. Joe Buck with us. About a half-hour conversation. I would recommend podcasting that, whether you do it on the TMA STL YouTube channel or the TMA STL app or 101 ESPN app. And now it is our pleasure to welcome to the program in studio with us. You can see him on the YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, it's Jeremy Rutherford. Woot, woot, woot.
You guys go from a Hall of Famer to a guy who just wants you to click, I like that story at the end of the athletic story.
I did like the Justin Falk story this morning, though. I have to tell you that. Good interview.
Yeah, I've always, over the years, you kind of get wrapped up in stats, and we use stats a lot in the articles. You guys, you probably do it too a little bit, and I feel like when you're sitting down with a guy and you talk to him about his success, and he looks at you like, like the team, the season, like you got to express that somehow in the article. So I've felt like a couple paragraphs in there, you tried to explain that, hey, look, he realizes he's playing better, but big picture, he wants 10 guys ahead of him in this scoring race.
Are there two things in play here where some are superstitious? They don't want to talk about if it's going well, but then also they're just uncomfortable with it. Like if you talk to Brett Hull, I scored those goals. I mean, it's just some guys have that in their DNA.
Yeah.
A Justin Falk, real low key guy, doesn't want to talk about himself, but maybe also these hockey guys are also kind of superstitious.
Yeah, and you have it nailed with him because he's low key, but also there's guys 3 feet away at their locker stalls, basically listening to the interview, and you wouldn't think that a guy in this season's going to come out and say, hey, look at me. All I'm trying to say is that I feel like some people reading or watching on TV don't truly get a feel for who the guy is, and I feel like Justin Falk's a guy who's been heavily criticized over the years, and you just try to take a second to explain that, look, he sees the big picture. He sees that the team's not playing well.
Do you get the sense when you interview someone that they give you a lot of different things, whether they're sitting in a locker room next to teammates or alone with you somewhere away from the group?
As you guys know, you can get a lot more away from the group, a lot more, especially one-on-one in a separate room. And I'll just give you a couple examples. One of the stories that I wrote at The Athletic years ago that to me, today it still touches me is when Alex Pietrangelo, we went into kind of that vodka bar room next to where the players go.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was just the two of us. And that's when he had the bracelet on, talking about how he and his wife had a miscarriage, and he showed me pictures, and they actually had a stone at the cemetery for the baby that they had the miscarriage, and he's tearing up. And then I said, listen, if you don't want to talk about this, I totally understand. And he said, no, it's fine. We can. And then later on, they go on to have triplets. And so I'll never forget the comment section on that story was filled with, wow, I've never talked about this personally in my life. I've had miscarriages too. Me and my husband have had miscarriages, and now reading this, it gives me strength. Reading that one of my favorite hockey players has gone through the same thing. So, just the examples, you guys probably have a million of them where you can get somebody one-on-one and they tend to open up more.
Yeah, you're never going to get that if you're sitting in the room with a bunch of commotion. So, yeah, that's a credit to you. I do remember that story. That was a hell of a story. JR joins us every Wednesday here on the program and takes two-part questions from the listening audience at 314 399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And then you can also ask questions in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and it looks like it's not going well in there. Doug, I just went in there, and you can see it up there above Jackson's head. Yeah. What is wrong with all of you in this chat? Get a job. So it looks like there's a little tension in there right now.
Finally some truth in there.
Yeah, we got a Lee Elia implant.
Let's see what I got here. All right, here we go, Joe. Harrison's brother Master has a question. You know, he has an alliance with Sharon from Clayton.
How does he get in first every week?
Because he sends it in over and over and over.
A lot of pucks on net.
Yes, indeed. Greetings, JR. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. Jordan Kyrie's on pace for 15 goals and 32 points. He's the highest paid player on the team and is actually making $10.5 in cash this year. He is signed for 5 more seasons after the season. He's averaging about 14 minutes of ice per night. Is this a core piece you would build your franchise around when you're trying to win a Stanley Cup? That's Harrison's brother Master.
Yeah, no, I understand. We understand every time this question comes up. Guys, you know, I'm of the belief that this offseason, and now keep in mind there could be trades before the deadline, a Justin Falk, a Braden Shen, that they're going to address the core. I just, you know, I don't have anything concrete to report. I don't have anything concrete to say or write in the athletic story, but I just feel, listening to the rumblings, that they are exploring the option of trading from that core. And when we think of the core, we think of Jordan Kyrou, Robert Thomas, Pavel Buchnevich, you know, so on and so forth. And not saying anything is going to happen. Sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire, though, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of the Oshie Berglund thing. They finally gave it a long run and then kind of said, all right, we're gonna try and break it up a little bit.
Yep.
Is there anything specific that has caused his lack of production this year to not measure up what he's done in recent years?
Yeah, and you look at what he's done, and you can't take 37 goals away from any player in this league. They put it up. They put it up. But you got to believe that, you know, you've done it before, that you can't have a season like he's having this year, regardless of how the team is playing. You got to be the one to, you know, take charge and put the game on your shoulders, and Jordan Kyrou hasn't done that. But you could go down the list, the names I just mentioned, they haven't done that either. So I don't know what the explanation is, Doug. You know, I don't know if it is a situation where everything is just snowballed on this team. They've given up so many goals defensively, and there's so much emphasis on playing better D that they just can't get into an offensive rhythm. But at some point, it comes down to, are these the players who can get the job done? And I don't know that they are.
JR, should we just mail it in, given that the Avs appear to be the 2019 LSU Tigers? And question 2, I'm closing on a house in Fenton in 20 minutes. Where on the Hoosier Richter scale does that put me? It's still St. Louis County, but it's a little close to Jeffco. That's from Carlos Spicing.
Yeah. Chairman, I always thought, you know, people from Fenton, that was a step up from where we were, right? Like, if you moved to Fenton, maybe.
There are some beautiful houses in Fenton.
A little nicer split foyer than the one you grew up in. You know,
there are some really gorgeous neighborhoods in Fenton.
There really are. Yeah. There really are. And mail it in. You know, you guys were talking earlier. I heard you about trading Justin Falk and how that would create problems because he's been one of the better players. I just think they're at that point where you just have to make those moves. Like, big picture, moving forward. If you're going to get something in return for a Justin Falk, a Braden Shen, whomever, even though Braden Shen, I really do believe in what he brings to this team, you just have to. It's time to move on from this current group, and those are the players that are going to get a return. Yes, you still need to look at the Kyrou, the Thomas, the Buchnevich, those guys, but those are going to be harder deals than trying to trade a Falk or a Shen at the deadline.
Now, I share your opinion on that. I think Doug and I tend to differ on our just worldviews when it comes to buying and selling, for lack of a better term. But I know a lot of fans are certainly see things through Doug's lens. You go, okay, you're only a couple points back of the wild card. Yeah, there's a games in hand situation. But with that said, how do you think, as you read your comments and your interactions with listeners and readers, the fan base would respond to moving on from this group? I
would say they'd be fine with it. I'd say 70 to 80% of the comments I get are to move on, get what you can get. And I'll go back to this. You look at the run after the Four Nations last year, if that doesn't happen, they would have made those moves this past offseason. I think they were ready to move on at that point, but they couldn't because, they had that success and, hey, maybe we can keep it together a little bit longer. And so now it's time. If you don't make those moves now and you try to make that run and you either don't make the playoffs or you get kicked out in the first round, you're looking at just delaying the inevitable that could have taken place last year.
It is amazing how quickly things can turn around for a team in hockey. Last year, Winnipeg wins the President's Trophy. This year, they are the worst team in the league.
Yeah. Yep.
Fewest points in the entire league. What happened there?
Yeah, no, they were without the goalie, Connor Hellebuck, for a little while, but not just that. They lost a player in free agency, and then just things haven't come together well. So I think that things can turn around quickly, but that's why I think if you're the Blues, you have to look at this situation the way I think Doug and the management are looking at, hey, let's explore the option of trading one or two of these core guys. Let's move the Falk and the Shen for assets. Let's investigate, can we trade Binnington? Is that going to make sense for us? And then usher in. You already got the Snuggerud. You already got the Dvorsky. You can bring in the Juracek, who had a fine World Junior Championship. And then this thing starts to take shape. And it doesn't mean you're contending for a cup in 2 years, but I think it gets you on the path that you need to be on.
All right, JR, this is very unimportant, but we like logistics. If they were able to trade, if they did trade Braden Shen, who's the captain? I know it's been mentioned in the past. Well, it's got to be Thomas. Binnington's on his way out at some point here. So Parayko's been around a while. I don't see an obvious choice, and I wonder if they'd say, well, we'll just hold off for a little bit.
Yeah, they could hold off. And Doug said that after the last time. He said, hey, look, maybe we won't name a captain. And then he did some homework and talked to some people, and they said, yeah, it's probably, best thing that you do. And so he did name one with Braden Shen. And, whatever anybody wants to say against Braden Shen, I'll listen to anything. But, I believe in what he stands for and the tradition that he knows this organization has and what he tries to bring to the rink every single day. So I think he's been a great choice. If he does get traded, I think it's probably a two-person conversation. It's Robert Thomas and it's Jake Neighbors, and it would they give it to the veteran guy, Thomas, who's been here and was going to be the face of the franchise, even though he probably hasn't stepped into that level yet? Or do they want to give it to the guy who I think they believe is just, the description of a St. Louis Blues hockey player, and that's Jake Neighbors. And, if those two are both on the roster, and I know there's people around the organization that wonder if you gave it to Jake Neighbors, how would Robert Thomas react to that? There's conversation around the team about that.
It'd be a major diss, wouldn't it, for a veteran?
Yeah, just like it was
to look around the clubhouse and say, nope, there's no captains here.
Yeah, just like it was for Tarasenko. He took it that way. Like when I wrote that story about him leaving, his camp, that was one of the things that he pointed to as to why he wanted the trade, was that he wasn't given the seat.
Lots of two-part questions coming in.
Let me get my notes ready.
Well, this one's this is a beat writer to beat writer. I don't know how often this happens in the industry, but Colts beat writer Brian Henson says Jeremy's looking cute. Thanks. So that's nice.
Well,
does that happen when you travel around the NHL? This is an NFL writer.
It does not. Tell him there's LASIK deals in Indy. He could check into that.
Let's see. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is laughing that someone said the words beautiful house in Fenton. So
there are some beautiful houses there. There really are.
Hey, listen, I don't have a lot to compare it to. Like, they act like I'm dissing, how do I say it? Huntley, right? Where Jackson, are you in Huntley?
Yeah, he's Central Quarter all the way.
In and around.
So I'm not saying Fenton is better than Huntley. I'm just saying Fenton is a step up for me, and then Huntley is like 6 more steps.
It's all relative.
Right.
What's the Hoosierest town in Jeff County? Wow. What would be the 10 on the Hoosier
scale?
Get
in a lot of trouble here.
Cedar Hill. We were just talking about Dickie O in Cedar Hill the other day. Friend of the show.
Yes.
That's at House Springs down there, right?
Yeah. I'll let him answer that one.
Should the Blues trade everyone and go all in at a chance at Gavin McKenna? And is wearing a WNBA hat backwards as a 28-year-old man a red flag? That's from the Brothers Time. Boy, they're after you today, Jackson.
Multiple things incorrect about that. Never wore it backwards, and I'm 27.
That is not as big of a red flag. Jackson, see if you can go along with me on this one. Right. So WNBA hat backwards, no big deal. But what about the guys who wear the hat with over their ears?
Over their ears?
Yeah, maybe like a flat bill, but then the outside, it's
I haven't seen that look.
If that's the case, if there are
they
people
don't see it because they're not down in our neck.
If there's people who are doing that,
so if you see that hat, it's bad for property value?
Yeah, I would say.
I would think so, yeah.
If I saw someone wearing like a Monster Energy hat pulled over their ears.
Right.
Oh, my goodness.
And whoever does that thinks that they're the best hitting coach in the entire state.
Is that right? Oh, I didn't even know there was a tie-in to the game.
DeSoto already has a couple votes for the Hoosiers town in the area.
A lot of votes coming in for the Dragons. Chairman's pointing at Doug that is the right answer.
And it's not us. This audience likes to zip code shame. We would never do that.
No.
Right.
No, I wouldn't.
JR, what do you think about, I realize it's not, hell, the New York Giants famously are in a position to get the number one pick each of the last couple of years, and then they wind up winning games to ruin it. Teams with guys playing for their jobs don't go, hey, let's help the team out and lose games. That's not the way that it works. Now, an organization can put players on a roster that would increase the probability of it. What are your thoughts, though? Because I do see that line of thinking, let's blow it up and get McKenna.
I can't believe we're talking about this. They've won 2 in a row. And they're playing tonight for 3 in a row for the first time this year. I think that it's a situation where, fans would enjoy that. I think fans would sit through the couple months of bad hockey to have a chance at one of those top picks. Although, it might not be Gavin McKernan anymore. He didn't have such a great World Junior for Canada. And the player that came out of that, Rosie, was Ivar Stenberg, who is Otto Stenberg's brother, plays for Sweden, scored the shootout goal, and now has made a case himself to be number one. We jokingly with Otto the other day said, could you guys be the Sedin brothers here in St. Louis? Ivar and Otto, what do you guys think?
Doug, was that Daniel and Henrik Sedin?
I believe
2009, they swept the Blues. Am I right on that?
What numbers were they, Doug, on their jerseys?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, you got to do show
I remember people calling
higher
them
numbers.
the Sedin sisters.
That chaser would get mad at them for taking a dive. Oh, the Sedin sisters are up to their old antics. Can't say that anymore.
33 and 22, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Were the jersey
33
numbers.
and 22. Yeah, okay.
You don't know the years and you don't know the numbers?
Yeah.
Come on.
They're borderline Hall of Famers, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. And I remember I walked in the locker room one time and looked at one of them and said, your brother's ugly. I didn't tell him he was ugly. Your brother's ugly.
That's good twin humor.
You don't think that that's going to be the mindset of this organization? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to frame it that way if you do think.
No, I don't think so. I think the situation is this. I think they're going to make the obvious trades, and this is just pure speculation, that they need to make to get the assets that they can get. And then they're not going to add. They're not going to try to pick up players to increase their playoff chance. And then if they go on a run like they did last year, they do, and it's great. And if they don't, they don't. And then you go into the offseason, trying to explore, that core issue, I think.
Just for the purpose of going down this road, because I'm sure in January 2019 you weren't having this conversation, and I know we weren't having this conversation in January of 2025. They have won 2 in a row. The last loss came in a hideous fashion, but to a team that had a historic first half in the Colorado Avalanche. Is there anything, just for the purpose of playing it out, that would go, yeah, they did beat 2 good teams, they could get it going, here is how? Or are you at this point going, it just isn't going to happen, and they do have to move on?
Yeah, I think the only thing that you can say, what do we do here, is the Western Conference, and the teams just aren't there. Like there aren't people who are running away with those wild cards. But you look at the Blues, yeah, they've won 2 in a row, but they also, the other teams have games in hand on them. I'm at the point, and I don't know what you guys think here, that they just are what they are. It doesn't look like it's getting better, and I don't make any move to try to improve myself to stay in this thing or hold out hope that you're going to get in the playoff. Any move that you can make that helps next season and beyond should supersede any thought about trying to stay in this playoff race.
I heard Montgomery say, I think maybe it was last night on Martin's Little Show, that
Martin's Little Show.
Is that what you guys call it? Sports Final 10 now forever known as Martin's Little Show.
He said he felt like maybe their puck luck has started to change.
Yeah.
Like they got every bad break that could happen to them early. And even in the Montreal game, it seemed like when the Canadians had a good chance to score, the puck would bounce off their stick. Like maybe that's beginning to change. You think that's there's something to that?
No, I agree that has changed. On that little show, I think that's
here we
a good subject.
He was talking about goaltending, and he was saying everything was kind of coming together for those guys too.
Yeah, I think the goaltending's been better, and I think there has been some puck luck. The only thing is, like Doug said a couple weeks ago when we talked to him, he said, "Hey, listen, we can hope for things to be better, but hope isn't a plan, and then neither is puck luck a plan. You don't know when that's going to go back the other way. So those are the things I think that kind of tease people when you start to get those kind kind of things, and then you think, okay, maybe this could be like last year, and then you find yourself, sitting out of the playoffs, and you still got Shen and Falk and these guys on your roster, thinking about what you could have got for them.
In the midst of this great hockey discussion, I look up to the YouTube chat. Tim, the Michelob Ultra.
What's
YouTube,
going on?
They're all talking about Barnhart. Okay, there's a lot.
Barnhart.
They're getting a lot of votes up there, or they're campaigning. I'm not sure which it happens to be.
Otto?
I think Otto's got to be in the
Otto.
Is Otto a town?
Is that even Jeffco?
I thought we were talking Stenberg.
Okay, it is. Yeah.
So we're talking Otto as a town, not the player
I've never even
Stenberg.
heard of it. OTTO? Otto, Missouri?
If there's a listener in Otto, please jump in the...
Doug, we got one from the Sick Man. And he's got a two-parter. Should they trade Binnington, who is backing up Hofer? Also, who on the TMA dais would be the best kisser? I think it would be Tim, right? That's from the Sick Man.
Yeah, well, he's got his name right. He's sick.
That's kind of kink shaming, though, a little bit. I mean, just so you know. Yeah, go ahead. I'd love to hear your answer.
Yeah, I think with Binnington, you're going to have to see what the return is, and I wouldn't be opposed to trading him, because I think at some point you have to give Hofer a majority of these starts, because he's going to be the guy for the next several years. But if you trade Binnington and you don't have much to replace him, how competitive can you be, and did the return actually help you? And goalie returns haven't been that great, and I think that Tim would probably be the best kisser, but he would need to borrow my step stool to get on it to kiss the majority of the guys.
Unbelievable. I can't believe
Let's just make out.
He's got the tongue of a hummingbird.
Put that on.
Yeah.
It's Cassidy making an appearance on 101 ESPN. Great to hear from her. Do you think that is something like, I mean, when it comes to these moves, do you think that this is going to happen? It could happen in January, or do you think we're going to be, okay, Olympics, and then we'll reconvene?
Well, let me set it up by saying what Doug said about the Binnington situation a few weeks ago. He said that, if it gets to a point where we think that it might be a situation where we would look, or it might be a situation where he comes to us and says, hey, I might be interested in leaving. Now, keep in mind, he has the 14-team no-trade clause. Is it something with him that happens before the trade deadline? That's not as clear in my mind as a Falk or a Shen trade happening before the trade deadline, because those guys, their teams out there are going to want them for playoff runs. I don't know that a team is trying to bring Jordan Binnington necessarily in for just a playoff run. I think that if a team wants Jordan Binnington, like they need a goalie, and whether it's this year, next year too, because he's got another year left on his contract, they want a goalie. So the Binnington one, I could see not happening at all.
Yeah.
Or you could see it, happening in the offseason.
Jeremy Rutherford with us here, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Heading down the hallway to record the Last Minute Blues podcast, JR, brought to you by Mark Hanna, who is online at evergreen-stl.com. JR, we also enjoyed the conversation.
Sounds
Thanks
good,
so much,
guys. Thanks.
Jeremy Rutherford with us here on TMA Recommended Reading this morning with this conversation with Justin Falk at The Athletic, and, of course, the Last Minute Blues podcast.
And Peevely's the answer.
Peevely is one.
Oh, come on.
Peevely just got it.
Kenny Schrader from there, or he says the Speedway down there. Otto, OTTO, is a town to the west of Imperial and Barnhart. And then, Tim, I was looking at the map, and I'm knee-deep in Jeffco right now. There's Cedar Hill, but if you go up the road there, you can run into Scottsdale, Missouri.
I didn't even know it existed.
No,
I did
either.
not until just now. It's below House Springs, Scottsdale. How's everybody in Scottsdale?
Here's a guy says he's a DeSoto bus driver, and he's watching a guy carry a raccoon like a baby.
That might clinch it for the Dragons. Take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. I guess this is a sick Ween Wednesday, isn't it?
It really is. Mm-hmm. Sick.
Mark Hanna sponsor the 9 o'clock hour, which will feature this Design Air heating and cooling email today, coming up in 22 minutes. I always like to check the status of the emails here during this showdown month with the $10,000 HVAC system on the line, courtesy of Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Chairman Kurt, how are things going in the inbox this morning? Chairman Kurt, the enemy of a number of emailers who feel like his personal agenda is keeping them from getting read at 9:45 on 101 ESPN.
Currently, we have 9 in the filtered file.
Oh, do we?
I think I counted maybe just 7 deletions.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say it. I don't feel like it's a strong batch yet.
Wow.
Oh, no.
So somebody's got a real opportunity here. This is kind of like winning the ACC. The field is down. This might be your chance. Maybe Buck Swope didn't have a chance to ride in today. Maybe Carlos Spicy Wiener didn't have a chance to ride in today. He's closing on that house he's not happy about buying. Then you got Riot's dad. What about the incel at the other end of the couch? There could be an opportunity for this to be your day. Email in now to make sure you get a chance to get through the filtered file at 9:45. The email address is the following: themorningafter@insidestl.com. There you go, Doug.
Maybe the weather warms up a little bit and people feel like they're not under so much pressure to try to win a new furnace.
Wow.
That's short-sighted.
There's a real life girl in there today, Doug.
Oh, boy, it's a girl.
Sounds like you get her caged. There's a real life girl
Should we
in
talk
there.
about any Sappos? Because I know where my vote will be.
No.
I don't need a new HVAC unit, but just know I'll be emailing in to block some people from winning. Not sure when, but I will strike. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. So sure, her HVAC in Ledoux is fine, but if she sees somebody with a chance to win, she's going to email in because she knows that she will win. Wow, that's confidence.
It
It's like
really
Tiger
is.
Woods picking an event to go win.
A lot of bloviating there. I didn't care for it. You can't just assume you're going to win. We've got some great emailers.
Agreed.
Can we just dedicate the last hour to hearing people complain about their emails not being read? That's from FestusHotelDeals.com. Doug, if you're in the market for a hotel in Festus, it's FestusHotelDeals.com.
Anyone know the Pine Valley Tourism Bureau that they like to text into the show? This show is so stupid. I'm staring at a map and I'm seeing Grubville. I now know where
Dale and Grubville.
I know Dale. I now know where you are communicating from. It is below High Ridge. It's below Robertsville.
Below means south.
Yes.
Okay.
It's to the northwest of Hillsboro.
Okay.
Okay. Is that helping a little bit?
There is a beautiful lake at Hillsboro with some gorgeous homes there, too. You may not have ever
Doug's
been
got
there.
into the real estate game.
you
it sounds like.
Yeah, I've seen pictures. It looks like Lake of the Ozarks.
Is that
really
Raintree?
I think so. I think that's what it is.
Well, you had Cedar Hill, and then right below it, you have Cedar Hill Lakes. There you go, Doug.
Okay.
I feel like Doug's in real estate. He's over here. Well, we've got some beautiful property entered through this foyer, which invites you into a welcoming den.
Well, I've lived here a while. I've seen most places by now, but I've never been to Otto.
Okay.
Which
And
of
I've never been to DeSoto.
Which of KG's family members are getting new HVAC this month? That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle. That's a serious accusation right there, if you want to litigate.
I haven't looked at the rules, but I think family members are probably prohibited in my family.
That is correct. And the rules are available at tmastl.com and 101espn.com. Let's see. Doug, you can check my ratio of emails sent in and wins. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Do you have that? It's
I'm
like
really
baseball
starting
reference?
to not like his attitude at all.
Her.
It's a he. And I've got the suspension log right here. Wow. So watch your attitude, guy.
Ken Rosenthal has this story this morning on the Cardinals and Brendan Donovan. Why have the Cardinals not yet traded Donovan, the player who can bring them the most in a deal? It comes down to a difference in perceived value. The Cardinals view Donovan as a star player, while not all clubs see him that way, according to people briefed on the conversations. Donovan, who turns 29 this month, offers many appealing qualities, from his swing decisions to his bat-to-ball skills. Doug, bat-to-ball skills. Do you like that term?
No, we're
I like
trying to
swing
reinvent
decisions.
the verbiage again.
His defensive versatility to his makeup, but his career best F-WAR achieved in 2024 was 3.2. Nico Horner was 4.8 last season. Starling Marte, 4.6. In the latter, in only 126 games. Donovan also is under club control for only 2 more seasons, the second of which is threatened by a lockout. The Royals remain among the teams interested, but if the Cardinals prefer premium young bats, the Mariners are perhaps the best fit. That is a note this morning from The Athletic. Ken Rosenthal and Will Salmon.
Didn't our crack staff, was it Saucy Jack that reported Seattle?
Jackson Saucy Jack.
It was either Saucy Jack or Big Saucy.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of the two texted in with hardcore information and then backed it up with some explaining of their sources that he was going to Seattle. So we got a little quiet on the Brendan Donovan front, but
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Yep.
I have a fun fact about Donovan. He was born in Würzburg, Germany.
Yeah.
Like that. Isn't that fun?
It is fun.
It's a good time.
I guess his dad was in the military.
Yeah.
You can text in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Email in. Get your emails in now, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. And you're always welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to this presentation. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN, 9 o'clock hour, which will feature the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in. Chairman Kurt, not impressed with the bat, shaking your head. Is that because you just got insulted or because an email just isn't good?
A couple just came through. I was perusing one and just not good.
Wow, the door's open today. This is the ACC 2025 season. Somebody might get in there. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We have some fun with audio here, and it's going to be delightful, Martin. Papers, what do we have?
So yesterday I was talking about Frank Cusimano, who we love, his segment that he would do on KSDK where it was going to a different restaurant, trying some of their signature dishes, and he had done a lot of them. And Larry Thornton, who used to produce for KSDK, sent us over a supercut of him reacting to some of the food. And I always find it hilarious because he's very, not emotional, but expressive in the way he describes the food. Okay. And so I have about a 45-second supercut of him reacting to some...
So picture him with a giant sandwich or a fork coming out of his mouth.
Yeah. Here we go.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that rum. And that hummus. You can taste the fresh pesto. I can taste the Doritos and the Fritos. Oh, wow. That chutney. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That is sensational. Oh, my goodness. This is absolutely flavorful. Wow.
I think I can taste the chutney. Has to be a drop.
I can taste the Fritos and the Doritos.
I'm like, did a TMA listener send him some food?
It's borderline 2-pound carrot cake.
The Doritos and Fritos. I'm sorry, he's at fine dining establishments, and then all of a sudden he's eating Fritos and Doritos.
I have to say, I watched the video along with the audio, and every single dish he was eating looked fantastic.
Would you be able to identify chutney if you ate it?
Sure.
You would?
Yeah. Like a lot of Indian food, they use chutneys.
Native American.
Well, this would be, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Sorry.
You can't say Indian, even if they're from
India, New Delhi.
Jackson, we'll see. Also, we're talking about the Chevy Chase documentary, and you brought up a clip from this documentary, and you have it for us today. Has anybody had a chance to watch it? I asked yesterday. Anybody watching the last 24 hours? Nothing doing. It is recommended viewing. And some great interviews with Chevy Chase. Some of them get awkward at different points. Here is one of those moments.
I'm just trying to figure you out.
No, it's not going to be easy for you.
Why is it not going to be easy?
You're not bright enough. How's that?
Whoa.
Well, you asked. I know you're not going to put that on the air, and I hope not. But my answer is, I'm complex, and I'm deep, and I can be hurt easily, and I react spontaneously to people who want to figure me out, as it were, as somebody who will hold up my guard. I'm not going to let anybody figure me out, per se.
There you go.
That doesn't seem like a real pleasant person.
I thought at first he was doing a bit, but then when he said, "You're not going to play this, are you? Or you won't play," then
I don't know.
This is real.
Her reaction going like, "What?" I don't know. That seemed something about that seems.
Oh, so you think it was staged or what?
I don't know.
Kind of. There was a vibe there, like they were doing a bit.
Yeah, briefly, the part where he says she's not very bright.
You're not bright enough. How's that?
Whoa.
Well,
I just don't know.
I get that. I understand
seem natural.
I understand.
I think he's an old guy, and there's no filter anymore. He's just saying whatever he thinks.
And he's smiling when he's saying you're not very bright. And that's kind of was always his comedy thing was, the I'm Chevy Chase and you're not kind of deal.
Yeah, smarmy.
But I don't know. That is something about that.
So you're not sure that was a legit dunking on the reporter.
What would be the upside of him leaning into? Who knows? But either way, he's an interesting person, and I'm looking forward to watching the documentary.
You will enjoy it. My reaction is, I think he's, he had a surgery on his heart, and his family talks about how he basically died. I think he's just kind of cognitively experiencing some decline. Mm-hmm. Now, Chevy Chase, famously, for those who follow his career trajectory, has had issues throughout his career with the people with whom he has worked, both as people in front of the camera and behind the camera. The most recent episode being with the show Community. And Doug was at Joel McHale and Donald Glover, and then the director, Dan Harmon. That is certainly detailed in that. But then also at Saturday Night Live, and famously, from a recent history standpoint, when they had their 50th anniversary celebration, he didn't have a role in it. And he was told he was going to, and then it was cut the day of. Yeah. And he expressed how upset he was by that. And he's definitely being serious at that point in the documentary.
Sure. And that I understand, because if you want to talk about SNL and that first cast, which was obviously so important, and Chevy Chase being a huge part of that first cast.
Wasn't he only on there for a year?
Yeah. Just that that 1 year, and then he left. And then I think the year after he came back to host, and that's when him and Bill Murray got into it. Him, Bill Murray, and John Belushi.
His talk show failed miserably on Fox because he cannot go off script, and he really is a jerk. At least that's what the industry says. Doug, that's from We Too Low.
We Too Low.
The off-script thing, but then there's stories that he, pretty much ad-libbed that whole freak out in Christmas Vacation, where he's doing the Hallelujah, Holy Yes, I Need a Tylenol. Mm-hmm. So who knows?
Well, both things can be true, I suppose.
He's a tool. He always has been. He always will be. People hate to work with him. That's from It Won't Flush.
For sure, but his prime is about as good as anyone's prime. You can talk about 1980 through 89. Just the whole 80s there. Pretty amazing.
That started with Caddyshack and it concluded with Christmas Vacation?
Yeah. You'd be hard-pressed to find anybody who watches, Fletch and doesn't laugh out loud for, at least 5 separate times.
6'5", 6'9" with the afro.
Yeah, so
what about the writer Funny Farm? He's out in the woods. Is that when it started to decline a little bit? He's still okay, good or bad?
Funny Farm, I've watched when I got really into Chevy Chase, probably when I was middle of high school, and I remember liking it. It's made by I think George Roy Hill, who did.
George? Oh wow, it was George Roy Hill.
Well, he did The Sting and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Slapshot, World According to Garp, and look at you over there scoffing.
Oh, you're right. I take that. I got owned. Funny Farm is when he was writing a book or something out in the woods.
Yeah.
And he would always throw a treat for the dog, and the dog would just run away every time he'd get a new dog. Kind of Steve Martin-esque joke.
Guys, Tim is John Belushi. Martin is Chevy Chase. Doug is Bill Murray. Piddles is Eugene Levy. Thanks, that's Dale and Greville. I didn't know we were doing this.
Makes no sense at all.
My eyebrows aren't as good.
Eugene Levy's funny. If he says nothing, just looking at him, he's funny.
He's really funny in that first 10 minutes of Vacation.
Oh, yeah, nicely done.
Selling the car. Yeah. Really, really funny.
Family truckster.
Yeah, that's really, if you were taking a drive across the country.
Guys, this isn't Chevy Chase related, but I wanted to say to my friend We Too Low, that's from Something Wong, Doug. The listeners are now having fun with text names that have double entendres. Do you enjoy a good double entendre?
Well, at
a lot of
times.
double entendres and Landman with the delightful Allie Larder. Also, of course, Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, Billy Bob Thornton, and Jackson's telling us that Sam Elliott is old and horny.
Oh, he is.
And I love Sam Elliott, and he's famous for his voice, but it's incredibly difficult to hear what he's saying when he speaks. He just is really tough time articulating because his drawl is getting thicker.
Mm-hmm. The mustache get in the way?
Truly. It's really hard to understand what he's saying.
Subtitles, just to hear the English.
My wife and I watched another episode last night.
The newest one?
And I didn't want to say it to her because, I didn't want to get her all worked up.
Right.
But I wanted to say, Jackson tells me Sam Elliott's going to get horny.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I hate to
and
spoil.
Who wouldn't that excite?
Hate to spoil.
And
I want to be clear. I like Landman a lot. I really do like Landman. But I also can identify some of the bad parts about it.
Was that cough intentional?
No, sir. I could feel some sort of fluid in my thoracic cavity.
Guys, Sam Elliott is 81 and he's playing Billy Bob Thornton's dad, and Billy Bob Thornton is 70.
I know, dude. It's like
I was wondering about that as well.
They're hugging.
Is Billy Bob Thornton 70?
I saw this. He's 71.
Is he really?
I was looking at this yesterday. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton, 71?
Yeah.
I was going to guess 66, but even then, the whole dynamic of the fact that Sam Elliott's playing Billy Bob Thornton's father.
Right. That part is tough. But I mean,
Allie Larder playing Michelle Randolph's mom is, I guess, believable mathematically, because I think Allie Larder is my age, and Michelle Randolph, the daughter in the show, is 28, even though she's playing a high school senior.
Yeah, right. Going to TCU. Yeah, there's been some bad examples. Like, I think one time, in Blow, Ray Liotta plays Johnny Depp's father, and Ray Liotta's like 2 or 3 years older than Johnny Depp. And Sally Field and Forrest Gump playing Forrest's mother.
Anne Bancroft in The Graduate, there was a phenomenon with regard to age. I don't think she was much older than Dustin Hoffman, even though she was was that a hot wife situation?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to spoil, but he also gets with a daughter, right?
Doug, what is that called?
I don't know.
Don't kink shame, please.
Where'd you go, Joe DiMaggio?
Did you?
Nation turns its only eye
Martin,
to
you're
you.
cutting this off. It's magic.
I'm sorry. I'm reading about The Sting.
Oh, so
budget,
good.
It's a great movie. Budget $5.5 million, and this is back in early 70s.
72 or 3.
Box office $257 million.
Yeah,
that's our guy George Roy Hill.
Robert Shaw doing some great work in that.
Robert Shaw.
I was reading about Billy Bob Thornton's phobias. Says he has a strong aversion to antique furniture.
If you've heard any interviews with him, he's kind of an odd duck.
He also dislikes heavy, dusty drapes.
What? Kind of an odd duck, but always good in anything he does. Fargo season 1, just incredible.
Yeah.
And he was the voice of the Cardinals' 2006 World Series film.
Which is an incredible World Series
Have
film.
you crossed paths with him, Martin? I feel like you with
Didn't we have him on our show once?
You guys probably had him. He would always be coming through St. Louis doing music, though. And so you'd have him on. They're like, he can call in for 10 minutes. You're like, hey, remember that time when someone goes, well, the band's playing tonight. You're like, one of those deals. But we were on the dais, probably in the green room a little bit they had a LaRussa roast at the writer's dinner. And that Billy Bob got up and said, I'd like a moment of silence for Dave Duncan real quick. And everybody just got uncomfortable. He goes, that's for his personality. He had a bunch of dry, kind of funny jokes.
Seems like him and the skipper would have been
I think they're
friends.
I think they're friendly.
Yeah.
Do?
Yeah.
You could do a conversation between Billy Bob Thornton.
That Sling Blade, there's a whole backstory, though. The this will activate the Junior Bills, Tim, but the Hickenlooper.
Oh, sure.
That was a filmmaker.
Yeah.
Cousin John's class, 84, I believe. I think had this production of Sling Blade, or he and Billy Bob, and then somehow Billy Bob took it over and it became a big thing. There's a little bit of a feud about how it became somebody's project or something, and it goes back to Hickenlooper. You ever see The Man from Elysian Fields?
No.
Mick Jagger in the lead.
Really?
Look it up.
All right.
Andy Garcia is in the film.
I love Andy Garcia.
Look it up.
Well, he's in Landman.
Yeah, it's great to have him.
And
again, it's like they have like Demi Moore, Academy Award nominee. You get Billy Bob Thornton, I think, has been nominated for stuff. Andy Garcia, and then it's just Allie Larder in the old folks' home. It's like, what are we doing?
When those two pop up, I mean, delightful to enjoy visually, but as far as their characters,
right.
Sharon and Clayton, who is in an alliance this year with Harrison's brother Masters, says Landman will kill your brain cells faster than alcohol can. Can't watch it anymore. Sam Elliott saw a 20-something in a bikini. It's not a big reveal to say he's about to get horny. That's from Sharon and Clayton. She's not happy.
No, I'm just saying that the only notes that they give Sam Elliott, it's like either you're sad or you're horny, and there's no in between.
That's what the director said to him.
Yeah. Taylor Sheridan's like, Sam, glad to have you here. You were great in 1923. Are you ready to be sad and horny? And only wear one outfit, dirty white shirt and jeans. That's all you get. And sometimes you'll be submerged in water in that same outfit.
He's kept busy for a lot of years now.
He's amazing.
He's always in something.
Yeah. He's so good in A Star is Born, which is a recent movie, and he's just fantastic.
Guys, Billy Bob Thornton's on the Swope Dotem episode that plays twice a day on the skeleton. That's from the old Appleton stepdad with a shot at the skeleton, all while informing us.
I didn't know they got the skeleton down in old Appleton. Nice to know.
It's a Central Corridor vehicle. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up, though. Big doings. Chairman Kurt, has it improved over the last few minutes?
Yeah, we got a couple late arrivals.
What's the total batch that you've approved?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Martin?
What is the total batch that you've approved?
Like numbers-wise?
Yes.
I got a dozen in there today.
That's a dozen, cousin.
And some people have taken my advice and gone with a little more brevity, and I appreciate that.
All right. Well, we're going to go into it coming up next. It is the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day, the January competition, the greatest promotion in TMA history, conducted by the great Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. That's next here on The Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living, because that then is going to be passed along to you, the customer. Had lunch with Michael, I would say about a month ago. Great conversation. And when you're sitting there and talking to him, you can just sense how passionate he is about what he does and making sure that you, the customer, save money and have a positive experience when you do business with Michael's Flooring. Online at igotfloored.com. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow throughout the 31 plus years they've been in business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product, as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring with 3 St. Louis area locations in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving it and floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Hey, it is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Lakers beat the Pelicans last night, 111-103. LeBron James at 41 years old, 30 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, a tribute to the Sting.
Mm-hmm. This could be email of the day music. It's similar to email of the day music. Some nice horn work.
You hear a licorice stick in there?
Sure.
The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. In the 8 o'clock hour, we were joined by Joe Buck and Jeremy Rutherford. So I recommend podcasting the program. Joe Buck was with us for like a half hour. JR with us for about 20 minutes. And then that sets the stage here on the Stiefel dossier for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is day 3 of the most storied promotion in the history of this presentation. And that is Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling giving away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month. On day 1, Carlos Spicy Wiener, a legend, a Hall of Famer. He picked up the win. But then yesterday, a newcomer in Indiana, an Ole Miss, made an appearance, and that was the incel from the other end of the couch. Today, who's going to claim that important point? It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Do I aim for girth and new sexual lingo that no one asked for, or lean towards brevity and getting blue-balled? I want to so badly take shots at Spicy Wiener, or instead at the erotic AI message bot tag named Incel across the couch. Am I still composing an email of the day, or has the 2-week holiday whiskey binge finally caught up to me? I swear I started this wanting an HVAC system, but at this point I feel like I've entered a deep, dark, and lonely Pornhub black hole. I didn't intend for this. I'm just sad and horny. Sam Elliott, myself, and Doug will find a way to fight through this, though. Don't give up on us, Tim. With your support, I believe we could overcome anything. That's from the Tin Man.
The Tin Man.
Morning, boys. I've been losing sleep over this chandelier conundrum Doug is dealing with. Have you thought about having the Kirkwood High School cheerleading teams come over and do a couple human pyramids so Doug could scamper up there and get that gosh darn light fixed, then dismount with the fabled 3 Lindy into a full Van Dam? Was it the Triple Lindy, though? Triple Lindy, Rodney Dangerfield back to school?
I think so, yeah.
Just a thought. Till tomorrow, that's from the Heiser House Hooligan. Oh, he'd been complaining about not getting through.
Heiser House Hooligan.
And then I guess he has a message that was specific for you, Chairman, that was to be read off air there at the end. All right. My wife hates this show, but she also hates our HVAC system. She has encouraged me to win this system for our family. She said if I win, she will reinstate my conjugal visits with my boyfriend, Simon, in the Coles dressing room in Wentzville. Anywho, please give me your vote. If she gets the heat, I get the meat. Gotta scoot. That's from the wee OG Gooner, formerly known as Doug's Microphone Shadow.
Doug's Microphone Shadow.
Greetings, boy pigs. On today's edition of the Onboarding Hour, we're catching Martin up on a doozy of a final hour yesterday. A good portion of discussion was devoted to goiters, boils, and hemorrhoids, also known as beef gaskets. Of course, Doug brought his 30-plus years of hardscrabble journalism by asking the tough questions like, where do you get to see these goiter people? Tom Hank and his ice skate tooth surgery in Castaway also came up, only for the group to come up with the collective hot take that it looked like it hurt. We also learned that immigration rules to St. Charles County are more defined than the ever-expanding waistlines out there because, quote, gout is a prerequisite to make sure you're allowed to live in Cottleville. Now, if you thought all the ailments and maladies that are actually just a standard patient history in this region would require a palate cleanser to end the show, you'd be right. Cue the talk of St. Louis dining trends for 2026, including beef tallow is back, smash burgers are going to be big, and vodka sauce has reemerged like Panther from under the bed. Doug also pointed out a lot of people's best friends is their phone. So between the screen time addiction, increased fat intake, and dining trends, and goiter people walking around, no wonder the attendance is up at, quote, drug church. At least one listener reminded us that fiber is nature's broom, so start munching on broccoli and bran muffins, and maybe 2027 we'll have better prospects than a lady wanting Iggy to put a little effort into sex. Sincerely, Martin Ketchup.
Martin Ketchup.
Is it spelled
He's
like
new.
the product ketchup or the word
K-E-T.
ketchup? Okay, like Heinz.
The proper
You can
term
spell
is
ketchup
catsup.
so many different ways.
This is from a real girl?
I don't know if it is or not.
Hey, fellas, Sharon, longtime listener, sometimes emailer, always voyeuring. Just finished watching the last 5 minutes of Major League. How does Willie Mays Hayes know not to run on the first pitch after the bunt play is on? Then was Willie running in quicksand? I mean, the first baseman catches the throw, turns, looks at the ump, and then throws home. Mind you, WMH had already rounded third before the third baseman fielded the ball. Finally, why is not a single fan that rushes the field wearing Indians gear? They then pan the crowd who obeyed the law and stayed off the field, and not a single one of them are wearing Indians gear. Then they show Jake walk over to the cheating ex, and now that Jake is going to the World Series, she's interested? Movie's an absolute disaster. Thanks, fellas. Stay classy. That's from Sharon, but not to be confused with Sharon and Clayton. And yes, I am a real girl.
Well, I don't know. Sharon, and yes, I am a real girl.
Jackson, you are the owner and operator of Movie Boy, a wonderful film podcast. Have you ever tended to these holes in the plot?
I got to rewatch. I'll have to rewatch to know what she's talking. I feel like when they pan to the crowd, a lot of people aren't Indians
Now,
here.
see, it was shot in Milwaukee at County Stadium,
Well,
right?
I was at
Martin?
Marquette because they would put up signs. You want to be an extra.
The guys in the outfield who were playing on the drum, they're certainly in.
Yeah, but that might have been on a set. Or it could have been at County Stadium, but it was an ISO shot as opposed to the crowd shots.
Yeah.
But why did this come up?
She sent the email.
No, I know, but
Willie Mays Hayes, Wesley
If you
Snipes.
go back a couple of decades, there weren't a lot of fans wearing jerseys to games.
Right, I feel like team apparel is somewhat new.
Is that when people were wearing fedoras and...
Well, I was topless at Busch Stadium once for a game.
Put that off.
But once you paint like go cards on your chest?
No, people just kind of showed up in their
Mustard.
regular clothes. And if you go back to like the 50s, 60s, some of them were wearing ties.
Same with the umpires.
You look at that video from when Gibson struck out the 17th in the World Series, they panned to the crowd. People are wearing ties, white shirts and ties.
And 15 years later, gentlemen are showing each other's chest bushes?
Yes, exactly.
Ground beef.
Doug, did you have a hat that said press on it when you would go into the locker room?
Fedora.
Between the riveting traffic light discussion in the 7 o'clock hour and the lack of any dweebs calling in to humble brag about traveling to WNBA games, I'm a little light on material. This ma'am, I mean. But as Jason Barrett famously said, we have to get better at teasing. So I'm going to go ahead and tease this 6-hour, 2-part Swopes Picks. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
There's a 6-hour, 2-part Swopes Picks coming up, Doug?
6 hours of Swopes Picks.
You want to come over and listen?
No, pass.
Wow. Buck Swope's working on a 2-parter. I've been working on revolving around Lisa Ann's relationship. Has anybody been interviewed for this yet?
I haven't.
No.
Would you have to sign an NDA?
Yeah, I guess if I had been, I couldn't say anyways, but I haven't.
Oh, I want to be interviewed. I mean, I feel like the guys on the show should be able to...
I would think. If it's going to be 6 hours, what else would it's got to have something else in it than show audio.
I wonder if Lisa Ann's been interviewed. Swamp, what's going on?
Yeah.
Color me intrigued.
Yeah. He's getting better at teasing.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and tease the 6-hour, 2-part Swopes Picks I've been working on. I hope he's interviewed. Revolving around Lisa Ann's relationship with TMA, which coincided with what one could call the peak Strode era. Part 1 spans fall 2017 to summer 2023 and focuses on all the good times, the origin of the 2-part questions, Lisa Ann's participation in TMA Live and the Dotem, Iggy's 500, Champagne Tony Lima's niece, plus several appearances from our friend Jay Jr. It opens back in 2017 when Lisa Ann first became a recurring weekly Friday guest. There's a slick little intro courtesy of Sneaky Vile John Seymour and featured this priceless exchange where Jay Jr. told Lisa Ann, quote, "It's a shame that as a respected member of the community here, I've been labeled with a foot fetish," to which Lisa Ann cuts him off. "Wait, is that a picture of you online with all the feet on your face?" That's from Buck Swope, DBA The Recess Lady's Breast, and he has included that picture. And boy, does Jay have a smile on his face, and it looks like about 6 women have their feet on his face. Or he's on the floor. I don't know what watering hole we were at, because it happened at many of them.
I want to say Hot Shots Webster is what happened.
Probably not Bricktop or Brio.
Maybe.
Don't know. I woke up bright and early, ready to start my busy day, pretending to be a 56-year-old bi-curious plumber from Spanish Lake on the TMA Reddit page. I slipped on the freshly pressed 3XL morning grind t-shirt my mom laid out for me and dove straight into the relevant discourse, namely Iggy renting a hotel room just to watch stag films. Of course, the thread has shifted to auditing his alleged 500 conquests while completely ignoring the real issue. Why would you rent a hotel room and then pay to watch stag films alone? And sometimes you would do it with other guys. Regards, Doug. That's from Scott.
Okay. Scott. That's it. Scott. Scooter.
Tim must be related to Benjamin Button because he gets younger looking every day. But this email is about the whimsical story of how I got into consensual dominance and submission in the bedroom.
Why would we need that?
I need it.
Times are tough, so I decided to donate at the Sunset Hills Cryobank for some cash. It seemed legit. Mizzou diplomas on the wall, journalism major with a minor in sexual medicine. I was like, "Doc, even with the magazines, I'm really having a tough time getting this done." He just smiled. "I'm going to try something unconventional. Just trust the process. I'll get that nectar." Doug, do you have a problem with that phrase?
I don't care for it at all.
Nectar of life.
With that, 2 inside crescent kicks to my groin. Then he yowled, "I make kicks, you make honey. I make kicks, you make honey." That's from Ali. And then the last name is Vidinia.
Ali Vaudinier. I believe it's
this guy
French.
wins it all.
It's been a great start to 2026. I've been gambling on both sides of a game so I can post my winning sides on social media. A humble brag about my unit size of $8.75, and it is obviously getting some traction. Now, inspired by Tim's miraculous slap tear recovery, I've been hitting the heavy weights. I've been throwing the 20s around like they were 18s, but yesterday was a step backwards after Jackson inspired me to go get a WNBA hat, and when I got home from work, some kids on bikes took my work briefcase from me. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Otto, Missouri. We were right there with Pine Lawn.
That's funny.
Good morning, fellas. I can't begin to describe the relief I felt yesterday when Doug said he avoided a pregnancy scare. I thought for a second that the vasectomy that I had was breached.
Oh.
So same time tonight, Doug, behind the Keating Center at
Okay,
Kirkwood.
that's enough.
That's specific.
Who was it, Tim?
It's from Bobby Greenbacks.
Okay, Bobby Greenback has been suspended for his language. He's been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and his name, as we speak, is going into the suspension log. No, it doesn't feel very good.
Is this Harold with the 2 R's a good one, Chairman Kirk? Because it's got some length issues that Doug probably... It got nixed. It just got nixed.
Good for you, Chairman.
And finally, do you like when my tongue swells around the part of your inner thigh that gets chafed after waddling around Six Flags for a few hours?
Oh, you can't read that.
It's in the filtered file.
Yeah, that's good.
I hate to see the unfiltered. Hate to see what didn't get through.
I could tell he was struggling as I entered the latrine. He had both of his arms pressed against the wall for leverage.
This is dotem.
Not according to what I see here. And he was nearly giving himself an aneurysm trying to force out the dry spice gabagool loaf that he recently ingested by way of it crowning from Zane's pulsating Sibian.
Nice.
But that loaf crowned and my lips browned, Doug. That's T. Terry
Stop
TT
saying
Boy.
things like that.
The T stands for text in now to place your bid on a TMA host joining your foursome for the 21-21 Dotem. Bids will be taken anonymously to our cesspool of a text inbox where no binding financial or contractual agreement has to be made for this to happen. All winning bids must Venmo at Hot Dogs for Cuties by 11:59 p.m. Mountain Time, or the next highest bidder, which is likely the same trolling boy, will be chosen.
Okay.
It's T. Terry TT Boy. And that's what we have. For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, we will file our winners into the secret ballots, and we will announce the winner coming up here in approximately 45 minutes. Martin is headed onboarding after the Papal Conclave, and we will announce the winner coming up. The program's called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. boy. Christopher. I mean, that's what I'll always associate with this song. What about you, Papers?
Departed.
Yeah.
Vera Farmiga and Leonardo DiCaprio hooking up. Cucking Matt Damon once again.
Doug, do you think more of The Departed or The Sopranos?
I don't Sopranos because I didn't see Departed.
About you, Chairman?
I guess Departed. I've never seen Sopranos either.
Wow. Well, Doug's hasn't seen Departed.
Oh, yeah, I guess either was the wrong word there.
Okay.
Who was that?
Never seen Sopranos. Now, you'd like that.
Comfortably Numb?
Yeah.
Pink Floyd.
Gotcha.
Good work on filtering, Kurt. Can we get someone with a better sense of humor than a fence post to filter these things? These emails suck. Kurt sucks. Go find a girlfriend in a QT parking lot at 2 a.m. That's from Wedding Tackle, and he's not happy with the filtering process.
How'd that feel?
Fine. I was pretty upfront about what I thought was a lack of quality today.
I mean, you didn't write them.
I did not write them.
It's just a no-win job.
It is thankless.
Yeah,
we're going to be
thankless for sure.
We're going to be guaranteed a 3-way tie at the top of the leaderboard. Neither winner from Monday or Tuesday was in there today.
They didn't get through. Carlos Spicy winner. Well, he's closing on a house today, and the incel from the other end of the couch. So we will announce the winner of today's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, coming up at 10:55. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Doug, did you I can't believe I'm discussing this. I'm fired up for college basketball today. Got the Billikens and VCU tonight at 6. Missouri's at Kentucky. Billikens getting 2.5 on the road in a place they've never won at VCU and Missouri. They have not won at Rupp Arena. They're getting 12.5. Blues and Blackhawks here on 101 ESPN. I think the puck drop will be 8:44, even though the NHL tells you it'll be 8:30. But the Texas A&M and Auburn basketball game,
I watched a little bit.
So are you aware of what transpired?
No, not if something happened crazy at the end.
Yes. Papers, would you like to tell the people?
So
I've seen it. It's unbelievable.
Right. So Auburn's down 2 with the ball. They're inbounding at half court.
0.6 seconds remaining. 0.6.
Yeah, 0.6 seconds. So
Stephen Pearl.
Yeah, so you're allowed to catch and shoot. Under 0.3, you have to tip it in by, that's the rules of the game. But 0.6, you can get a shot up and catch it, probably 3 or 4 steps inside the half-court line. Auburn nails the basket, wins the game 91-90. They take a look at the video review, and they say that the ball was still on his fingers when it left his hand at 0.0, although if you look at it, it's unbelievably hard to tell. It's super, but the call on the floor was a made basket. So you'd think, if you're especially a college football or NFL fan, call on the field will stand if it's without, evidence that would be like for sure that you could overturn it. And I really think they just took a win from Auburn.
Wow. Stephen Pearl shares your opinion. Here is the new head coach of War Eagle, replacing his father, Bruce Pearl. Rough start. Here's what he had to say.
I don't have a clear understanding still, so I still got to gather more information and get an understanding as far as what their determination was. I don't want to keep you guys waiting much longer, so I don't have a clear understanding of what their reasoning behind what they were going off of. And, so we're going to gather more information and, hopefully we can kind of elaborate on it. But, just from the angles that I saw, it looked like the ball was out of his hands on the red light on the, scoreboard that we were looking at. But I would imagine that they had a different angle that they were looking at to determine that, the ball wasn't out of his hands. So.
Yeah, in fairness, I have yet to see something closer than this, in terms of, is the ball still in his hand at 0.0? It's unbelievably close, but then you just go with the call on the floor. I think they even say in the broadcast, good if it goes. So, and it was an unbelievable. It was probably,
is that Tom Hart on the call? I was listening to the call.
It sounded like
Tom Hart.
It sounded like Tom Hart.
Friend of the program.
And that would make sense given the matchup.
Who's expected to be better this year, War Eagle or Gig'em?
Well, Gig'em's got a new coach. Buzz Williams went to VT. So I would say probably Auburn. But Auburn's had a bunch of close calls. It's too tough. I don't know.
Tied for first.
But yeah, I've never seen anything. I mean, there's a real, if you're an Auburn fan, and the poor refs were getting stuff.
I'm picturing the people who either bet money line on one or the other. I don't know what the line was. I don't know if the spread impacted it or not.
I don't think the spread would at one point like that. But Money line for sure, obviously. And then the refs were leaving the floor and people were throwing garbage at him and stuff. Well, it's just tough, man. I don't get why you wouldn't call it on the floor if it's too hard to tell, because I don't see how you could say one way or another if the ball is in his hands or out of his hands.
NCAA net rankings, Auburn is now 9-6 and ranked 37th. And Texas A&M with that win moves into the top 50. They're 49th. They're 12-3.
Right. Auburn's definitely played the much harder schedule. But the coach was trying to do an interview with the guys in the studio afterwards, and he's like, fellas, I can't hear a word you're saying because the fans are screaming.
Yeah, there was rage. Yeah, that game was at Auburn, and they were not.
The jungle.
Were not happy on the plains. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais when Martin goes on to onboarding in the 10 o'clock hour. Little Jackie Papers on the 1s and 2s. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Is this Paramore?
I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
And why are we playing Paramore, Jackson?
I'm in my Jam Jams playlist on my Apple Music account.
The Jam Jams.
And
you enjoy the charismatic Haley Williams.
Yeah.
And does she have a leg tat? Is that a leg tat?
I don't know if it is or not.
I'm not sure. But I like a lot of Paramore songs. Great vocalist.
Is he?
She.
Oh, sure. You never know anymore.
Well, Haley.
But it can be fluid.
Great call, Tim. Paramore for the win. That's the Heiser House Hooligans.
This was like a Billboard #1 song.
We're going to play songs from the Thriller album next.
Yeah,
I'm going to name the artist.
Tim's like, is this Elvis? Yeah.
Hey, Iggy's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says he loves himself some Haley Williams.
Yeah,
right?
Iggy loves it. He's always talks about Haley Williams.
We'll announce the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day winner coming up right before the end of today's program. And then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. It is a great day in St. Louis sports. I am fired up. The next, 6 days, right? With tonight, with the Billikens in Richmond taking on VCU, and Missouri and Lexington taking on Kentucky, and the Blues in Chicago taking on the Blackhawks. I mean, settle in. I don't know if I'll be watching any Landman tonight. I'll be settling in.
No Landman, yeah, nothing. It's locked in on ball.
My boys, man, when's the next time the Billikens play at home? And I think it's a week and a half.
At LaSalle on Saturday.
Always a great atmosphere.
Yeah, how do you take the boys up to Philly? Is that where LaSalle is?
Road trip.
Is LaSalle in Philly?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of
many schools. Philadelphia and Boston. Lots of schools.
Let's see. Temple.
Drexel.
UPenn. Villanova. And then I guess LaSalle. 5 right there. Should we add more?
Were you going anywhere? I didn't know if you were going, so I did.
I was just trying to think if I could name Philadelphia colleges.
It's a fun little exercise.
Yeah, I don't know.
ILL is taking on Whatgoes tomorrow, and then you get Ole Miss and Miami. I've got to figure out what to do with my bets. Part of me wants to just be transparent with what the actual... But, Jackson, you always disagree with the dollar figure could be $2, and you don't talk about it, much less what's at stake.
Oh, you talk about value?
Like going through here. Never.
Always talking units.
I always try to follow how Artie Lang lives his life.
Yeah. It's a good roadmap for success.
It's my guy. And he would be transparent. I had 150,000 on the Red Sox and their team total, and lost that, but I figured I made that in the weekend at the Hard Rock over the weekend, so I could afford to double down.
Sounds like he was gargling gravel.
So, I got this. Doug will call it nice payoff if Miami were to win the national championship. But because I got it at such a low value, 2 weeks before the final college playoff rankings were announced, I'm kind of free rolling. So essentially, to simplify it and follow Jackson's instructions as opposed to Artie Lang's instructions, I could bet a percentage of what the overall payout would be on Ole Miss, who's getting plus 140 money line odds. So let's just make it a round number. Let's say I put 1,000 on Ole Miss, and it sucks because I wouldn't win the bigger prize if Ole Miss would win, but it would assure me of $1,400. Mm-hmm. But then if Miami were to win, now I have lost 1,000 of the overall prize, and now I have to bet on Oregon or Indiana.
Yeah.
Or I don't have to, and I can just ride it out. But I'm operating on the premise I want assured profit.
No, 100%.
You agree with that? Now, Doug, you're just take it because it's free money anyway, essentially. I mean, the bets are so small.
No, I think I'd go ahead and take your guaranteed profit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be tough for Miami to win the next 2 games.
I think this is like the advantage of putting in a long shot futures bet and then being in the final 4. It's like the perfect opportunity to hedge.
They are favorites in this spot. They will be underdogs no matter what.
Yeah.
We all agree with that? They'd be underdogs to Indiana and Oregon?
Yeah, even Oregon, they would be. Unless they come out great, but even then, I still think they would be underdogs. Certainly to Indiana, probably to Oregon.
Tim, take the points on Ole Miss and try to double dip. Trust me, I've thought about that. because I could theoretically win both.
Middle it.
Yes. They're getting 3.5. Ole Miss is.
Oh, dang, that's a
And by the way,
game.
Indiana's down to 3.5 now. That was at 4.5. The number's 3.5. Indiana minus 3.5 against the Ducks.
God, it's going to open up the public to just load up on the Hoosiers.
Think so?
Might be duck time. Duck, duck, goose, Doug.
I guess the public is now, it's finally happened.
Oh, after
The
that
belief.
win over Alabama? Yeah.
The moment for me was when they won at Oregon.
Yeah. That was, yeah.
I can't remember I know I was in Columbia when that happened. When they went to Oregon. It might have been the Alabama game, I think. And I was walking out of there.
Yeah.
And like, holy crap, Indiana beat Oregon? This must be for real. That's when I believed. I think for the general public, especially when you saw the ratings for the Rose Bowl, the general public's now like, oh, Indiana's unstoppable, but went from non-believers, especially for casual fans, going, well, that's Alabama. This is Indiana. They probably can't. And now Indiana is viewed as this unstoppable machine. But if you watched, and I realize most people probably didn't really settle in at 11 o'clock to watch Oregon and Texas Tech, Oregon looked unstoppable. Oregon should have won that game by maybe twice as much as they actually did.
Yeah, against an
and that's a very good team too,
especially defensively.
Right, and that was with Oregon without it being able to run the ball because of how good Texas Tech's run defense is. And then on the other side of it, Miami was considered to be the best team in the country in September, and they were dominant at the end of the year. They were beating the hell out of people like national champions do. And they've won at College Station, and they've won at a neutral site against the team that was the favorite this time last week, Ohio State. They were the favorite to win the national championship, even though they had lost to Indiana in the Big Ten championship game. And then it's like, oh, I can't imagine Ole Miss doing it, but Ole Miss just beat Georgia, who many people were picking to win the national championship, and they nearly won at Georgia. They won at Oklahoma. So who's to say that they couldn't get it? You know what I mean?
Totally.
I mean, would any of the four surprise you winning, honestly? I mean, of course, we wouldn't be surprised by Indiana, Oregon. At least I don't think so. I don't want to speak for anybody.
No. Truly surprised, no.
Yeah.
No.
I feel like people would be surprised on Ole Miss. That's the one that I think the general public would be. They are the long shot to win.
Yeah. I think if Lane was still head coach, people wouldn't be as surprised.
I agree with that. And there's a recent, literally within the last 10 minutes, Pete Thamel with this. Pete Golding confirms Joe Cox and George McDonald are the two offensive coaches who will not be with Ole Miss for their game tomorrow night. Do they want to be here? Damn right they do. But he notes that LSU has 35 players in the portal, and they have jobs they're being paid to do. So these two guys who coached them to the win over Georgia will not be coaching them tomorrow night against Miami.
So wrong.
And weird.
It's just absolutely wrong.
Yeah, it's bad.
Why they didn't figure that out before they set up the system is beyond me.
So they will remain in Baton Rouge while Ole Miss is in Glendale taking on the U.
Makes me root for Ole Miss even more.
Agreed.
Why do you hate me winning money?
I don't hate you winning money.
What's middle then? Let's get the...
Go hotty toddy?
No, I think that's a dangerous game.
To go middling?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I still am assured profit. It's just a reduced profit. Because if I go, for the record, if you take Ole Miss in the 3.5, you have to bet.
Right.
So if I did the $1,000 game,
right.
$1,150.
Right.
Which would pay $1,000.
Right.
If I bet Ole Miss to win and they win, I get $1,400.
Right. Because if Ole Miss loses by, let's say, 1, then your Miami bet's still obviously alive, even though you didn't cover that side bet. I get that.
I'm in the same boat with Miami. Tickets from plus 8,000 to plus 15,000. I saw the look ahead like you did as well. Miami is a 1.5-point dog versus Oregon and 5.5 against Indiana. They were from new customer bonus bets, so I'm just riding it all out. That's from the 314.
That's fair. That's a big payday.
Take the points with Ole Miss so you have a chance at hitting both. That's from the 618.
Yeah, I don't think you can really go wrong. I think writing it out's the only wrong answer. Like writing out just
remember
the Miami
that guy when the Blues won the Chalice? Who had it? Do you remember that, Doug? Remember that story? There was a local guy who bet on the Blues, and I feel like it was $250,000.
Mm-hmm. Oh, to win it all?
To win it all?
At the lowest point?
He never cashed in.
Wow.
And with the NHL and the Stanley Cup playoffs, I mean, every power play of like game 2 can feel like you're riding a roller coaster, much less the fact that the Blues wound up playing 26 of 28 possible games that started in late April and went all the way to mid-June.
Yeah. But that was before sports gambling got super popular legally across the nation, so he probably had to put a bet in Vegas or something. Like, he had an actual physical ticket. So I don't know what the cash-out situation is like for that stuff.
Yeah, if I found it correctly, he had a $400 bet he made in January, and it earned him $100K.
$100K. But he had opportunities. You can cash those out.
Okay. I don't even know how you would do that.
I think he did it in Vegas.
And Jackson, to your point, yeah, he bet it when he was in Vegas for work in January.
So do you call the casino or something?
You can have proxies.
Yeah,
when I was
fair.
in one of the contests, one of those circuit contests, I had a proxy. And that's an actual job for people.
Sure.
Where they go in and place the bets for people.
Yeah.
When they're in states that don't have gambling.
Yeah. I
guess that industry's been hit. Like, if you were looking to go be a proxy in Las Vegas, I don't know if I could recommend it.
You just sit there and wait for someone to call you and go to a casino and place their bet.
And they just sit in the sports book. And then when you're signing up, they come down. Which proxy are you interested in? I don't have one. Oh, here we go. And the guy comes down the steps and I meet him.
It's like a caddy.
Yeah. And I don't know, pay him, a few $100s to be my guy.
And you got to trust him too, right?
He was an Irish guy.
Well, if you want to keep milking that cow, you better not skim.
And this
Doug, you want him to keep milking that cow.
You better not skim.
And this article says this guy that won that $100K, he had offers for $75,000 during the series to just give up his ticket.
The Boston series?
Yeah.
Like somebody was buying it from, or the casino was offering up?
It says throughout the series he had received multiple offers for his ticket, including $75,000 from Prop Swap, a secondary market for sportsbooks tickets.
Mm-hmm. That seems like a lot to offer him, seeing as how the game itself was 50-50 against Boston right there. Game 7 going in would have been about a 50-50 bet.
No,
maybe even
probably less. For the Blues.
More towards Boston.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That guy, that's balls of steel. I'm not dealing with a $100K payout. But it's a nice little taste. Live a little. Don't be a bitch. Ride with the Canes. It's in the 618. Yeah, I'm going to ensure a profit, I can tell you that. It's just a matter of how to go about handling it. 314-399-9646. That's where you can insult my mental fortitude. You can also talk it over. Apparently, there's a fight going on in the YouTube chat.
No.
What's going on, Chairman Kurt? Are you at the middle of it? I see you said something to somebody about don't be mad because I told you were not funny.
Adam Welly, who is often critical of my filtering, he came to the defense of Wedding Tackle, who was mad at me about today's filtering and wanted me to go to Quick Trip.
What a sentence.
Yeah. I'm not going to let Adam sit there and talk to me like that. Just because I told him one time he wasn't funny, and now he's got a vendetta against me.
Oh, no.
Doug, it's tough in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's tough in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
But you're not still looking for love in QT, are you?
I've moved to mobile on the run.
Have you?
Got to diversify. I would recommend going by James Carlton's place. That's where I fall in love. I fell in love with James Carlton, my insurance agent now for 7 years. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton has been my insurance agent now for 7 years. He has been Jamie Rivers' insurance agent for 3 months, Brandon Kiley's insurance agent for 2 months. They made the switch, and they started saving money. And James has been talking about this, and this is a big deal here. And I keep really focusing on this because I think it's important. It gives credibility to what James is talking about. He's been advertising on either my podcast or TMA, or both, has been the case now for a while. And he's not like he comes in here and talks about, rates are low, rates are low. He doesn't. If they're not, he doesn't say that. I know he's going to give you great customer service, but what I can tell you is he has been coming in here the last month or two and talking about in his 18 years in the industry, he has never seen auto rates experiencing this kind of decrease. So this is a real opportunity for people to save money. How much is saving a few $1,000s worth to you? Is it worth a 2-minute phone call? I would think it is. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. We will have the reveal on the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at the end of the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost every college playoff game day. And that means more chances to level up your picks and turn big moments into even bigger wins. Ride with the favorite, take a shot on the underdog, or build a parlay. Then apply your profit boost and go for bigger winnings. Jackson, what are you going to give the people on these games? What are you going to give the people?
Spurs and Lakers play tonight, Tim. It's going to be at 8:40 p.m. Lakers coming off a game last night. LeBron's probably not going to be playing in the back-to-back. I love the Spurs -8.
A little bonus play there from Jackie Papers. FanDuel is the best place to get into the football action all playoff long, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to get your college playoff profit boosts today. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action this evening as they take on the Chicago Blackhawks. Pre-game at 7:30, puck drop at 8:30 right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, who is in an argument with Adam Welly in the YouTube chat. And Jackson Burkett, who are you arguing with?
I'm arguing with nobody.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I got no qualms with anybody.
All right.
Doug's got no qualms with Jason Gosrow, Schaefer door.
Oh, God, I had a qualm with my garage door a while back when that wasn't working right. You know what happened to me once? Middle of the night, I heard this loud bang. It's like 2 or 3 in the morning. I heard a bang. I thought, what in the world was that?
Mike Breen.
Walked all around the house, found nothing. And then the next day I go out there and try to get the garage door to work, and it didn't work. It was a spring that had broken. You don't even know, really, unless you're looking up there, that it happens. But it happens often when that spring will break, and if that's the case, your garage door isn't going anywhere. Schaefer Door can get right out there and get you taken care of, though. They've even got a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. Sometimes, of course, it isn't the spring. It can be something less. I also had an issue with that because I've got like a 30-year-old garage door. Schaefer Door came out and just put in a strut, and now... Oh, that garage door works just perfectly. Thank you so much, Schaefer. They've handled jobs like this for many, many years. They also do commercial doors. If you run a business, have a warehouse with big, giant doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. There's nothing you can't throw at them with a garage door that they haven't seen and repaired. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. Best to call or text. We say sometimes you shouldn't give numbers. I'm going to go ahead and give you the number. Write it down. 636-782-3608. 636-782-3608. Probably easier to remember the website. That would be SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There you go. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast. Recommended podcasting today, certainly. Joe Buck with us in the 8 o'clock hour, and Jeremy Rutherford taking 2-part questions with us at the end of the 8 o'clock hour and into the 9 o'clock hour. Did it surprise you that JR certainly sounds like he is of the opinion that the Blues are going to be turning the page on this core group? I mean, he is operating from a place of confidence on that.
A little bit, yeah. I could see him maybe trading maybe 1 or 2 guys. I mean, that happens almost every hockey season, really, I suppose. But I can't see him just cashing out all these guys, especially this early in the season. We still do have half a season to play, and they're right there. I guess you're going to have to do it at some point. And if he sees it coming, then it's probably likely to come. Much more insider than I am.
Yeah. I mean, he's coming from a place of knowledge, of insight, from conversations, not just locally, but also with people around the league. So then they get the insight as to what their teams are pursuing and what they're hearing from the Blues as far as player availability. And he is certainly coming at it from a place of confidence, which is why I asked the question. Listen, I mean, who saw what wound up happening in 2019? At this point in 2019, you're still talking about a team that would win a cup 6 months later, but at this point in 2019 was nowhere near being in that position. And then last year, and I realize it ended with a first-round exit, but still, they went on a heater to the point that they really looked like they could beat anybody. And that was with a team that wasn't particularly healthy by the time the playoffs rolled around. And yet there they were with the Winnipeg Jets, 1.6 seconds away from taking on the Dallas Stars. So you can't help as a St. Louis fan, especially if you also include the 2006 Cardinals and 2011 Cardinals in the conversation, to go, yeah, I guess it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but locally our last 3 championships have all featured teams that looked like they didn't have a chance. And the 2006 Cardinals, even though they won the division, they were kind of flailing at the end of that year. So when you see this, I understand why people want to move on. Personally, I do as well, but I can't help but also say I would have said the exact same thing this time last year, and I would have said the exact same thing at this point in 2019. And you saw how it played out. It's just weird that we've had these mathematical outliers occur for our last 3 championships locally, and therefore I think it sets a mindset for a fan base and maybe even ownership, I think more for the Cardinals than the Blues, that these unlikelihoods can happen more frequently than they really can. But you're looking at like 8 teams are all within 5 points of the wild cards in the Western Conference because that Pacific Division sucks.
No. I just don't ever like the idea of throwing in the towel this early in the season. I mean, if you're totally buried, that's one thing. But when you're still somewhat in the mix, I just don't like giving up. Because when you rebuild, there's never any guarantee that the guys you get in return are even going to make it. If you're just getting minor leaguers or draft picks, you might get absolutely nothing for these guys. That's what always worries me.
The Anaheim Ducks and Joel Quenneville have lost 7 in a row. They were in command of a playoff spot in the Pacific and now are outside looking in of a wild card spot, albeit they are tied with the Kings and Sharks. But by virtue of games in hand, they are back. And then the President's Trophy winning team, who got the Blues with 1.6 seconds last year, have lost 10 in a row in Manitoba.
Worst team in the entire league.
And they're sitting there with 35 points, worst in the NHL. So there's a 10-point gap between the top wild card team, the LA Kings, the Sharks, and Ducks, all sitting there at 45, and the worst team in all of hockey, not the Western Conference, all of hockey, the Jets. And then there is a 27-point gap between the Blues and the Colorado Avalanche. 10-point gap between the top.
Colorado's in a different world.
Yeah. I mean, the Central as a whole is in a different world in the Western Conference because you have the Avalanche, Stars, and Wild, and then the drop-off when you look at the Pacific Division where, God, damn near anybody in that division could wind up winning it, maybe with the exception of the Flames and Canucks who have fallen behind. So with that all established, it is a mindset that I would imagine if they go out and have a great performance against the Blackhawks tonight, you sit there and go, okay, God, that's 3 in a row. We haven't seen that. And then on the road this weekend, maybe. But I just get the sense from Jeremy Rutherford that he is operating from a place of knowledge that this thing is going to have some turnover here, at the very least over the next 60 days, but maybe even sooner than that. Mentality is a longtime TMA sponsor, and we are grateful for their support. If you are not feeling like yourself, Mentality can help you out quite a bit. Mentality is a place that I visited, got tested for testosterone levels, including free testosterone levels, and you're in and out within 20 minutes. And it's super easy, friendly staff, and now you're operating from a place of knowledge on where you are with your testosterone levels. If you are not feeling like you have been yourself lately, if you're struggling to focus, you don't have energy for the people you love, it could be that you're getting older or work stress, but it also could be your testosterone calling it quits. Check out Mentality. Go online at mentalityhealth.com. That's mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot to get tested today. BK and Ferrario coming up here in a matter of minutes. Then the Fast Lane, and then the Blues and the Blackhawks all coming your way here on 101 ESPN today. That game scheduled started at 8:30. I've got it starting at 8:44. Hell, who knows? We'll see what they do. It's one of those national TV games where they mess around with the times. But we don't mess around with the time here, Jackson. No. Jackson's about to give us the winner for day 3 of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day and the greatest TMA radio promotion in the 22-year history of the show. Seth Goldcamp giving away a $10,000 HVAC system with the winner for January 7th, 2026. It's my pleasure to introduce to the audience a gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett.
With the first unanimous vote of the January email of the day showdown, Ali Videnya wins today.
Videnya.
Okay. Yeah, is it a long A there at the end of the name?
Well, he's French. Ali Videnya
has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day and now tied with Carlos Spicy Wiener and the incel at the other end of the couch as we go into day 4 tomorrow. Chairman Kurt, any changes you're going to make in the filtering system now that you and Adam are sideways, and the wedding tackle and whoever else, Heiser House Hooligan, who I guess apologized to you?
No.
No changes at all.
No.
Okay.
I have a great system. It's
okay.
It's on them. It's not on me.
Seems to be working. We've had good emails every day.
I think so.
No, you're doing great work, Chairman.
Thank you.
So Chairman Kurt will continue to filter the design, air, heating, and cooling. And you can email in whenever you want. You can email now, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com.
We had a submission yesterday that came in at, I think it was like 4:30 in the morning.
Wow. They're probably podcasting in Australia.
And then the first email today, I think, was sent at 12:17 a.m.
Oh, got up bright and early.
How about that?
Okay.
That's the passion for this HVAC system that Seth Goldcamp has created. Dr. Brandon Pryor saved my teeth. I'll tell you that. My goodness. 100westdental.com. I was dealing with a situation a couple of weeks ago, emergency root canal. And, man, he was able to get me in to see an endodontist and saved the day. What an operation he runs. Great guy with wonderful staff and world-class technology in the offices on Manchester in Baldwin. Online at 100westdental.com. No need for a phone call to get in. Just go online at 100westdental.com. And you can start working with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. No dental insurance, no problem. They have a membership plan that aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. So if you're looking at Invisalign, go to 100westdental.com, give them my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.